Hello everyone. I would like to welcome you to the 16th Annual Healthy Heart Day. Yes, we have been doing this for 16 years and nothing has gotten in the way. That is certainly something to be celebrated. This community outreach event brings a diverse set of people together, not only from our local Cambridge region, but from all over southwestern Ontario. We are thrilled to be on Rogers TV and live streaming online. This has given us the opportunity to connect and share with people coast to coast across Canada, the US, and really around the world. I applaud the fact that you are here, listening, absorbing, inquiring. For the group in Victoria, B.C. who are up at 6 in the morning, to the group in Asia and Australia who are staying up late at night, we thank you for joining us. Hi, my name is Dr. Shekhar Pandey, and I am the lead cardiologist at Cambridge Cardiac Care Centre that brings you Healthy Heart Day. Every year we change our focus, addressing many of the issues facing cardiac patients and those who are at risk for heart disease. This year, one health concern has overwhelmed all else: the COVID-19 pandemic. While we all learn to cope with this viral illness, we know that other disease states continue to progress in the background if unattended. Our expert panel will share their knowledge and speak to the issues affecting all of us using a multidisciplinary, holistic approach. So much of what we impart to our Healthy Heart Day audience is applicable to almost anyone, young and old, because it's never too early or too late to get informed and develop healthy heart habits. After all, if we can prevent someone from having their first heart attack many years from now, we've done our job. So we encourage you to grab your loved one by the arm, get yourself a cup of coffee or tea, and join us. Our stellar array of speakers this year includes Dr. Peter Lynn, who will address the current state of the COVID-19 pandemic and the next stage that may be upon us imminently. He will discuss hopes for a vaccine, hopefully really soon, as well as strategies that we can deploy to stay healthy in the meantime. He will also discuss stress and anxiety that we're all facing due to the pandemic, be it work stress, financial or emotional. Next up is yet another exceptional speaker, Dr. Alice Cheng, who will speak to diabetes management and the issues these patients face in particular during the pandemic. Perhaps more importantly, she will give us strategies on how to manage and cope in times of social distancing and reduced access to health care. And we are honored to have Dr. Andrew Pipe from the Ottawa Heart Institute joining us as well today. He is an Order of Canada recipient for his dedication to heart disease prevention, cardiac rehabilitation, and smoking cessation. He will help us deal with our urge to smoke and give us guidance on how to exercise safely during the pandemic, whether we have heart disease or not. As well, we're excited to have a yoga and meditation session with Natasha Payne, yoga instructor, Ayurvedic specialist, and founder and owner of the Fusion Movement Studio here in Cambridge, Ontario. And finally, we will end the day with me talking about how we can best manage heart disease, in particular during the COVID-19 pandemic. I encourage you, make the event personal, set some goals for yourself, and leave a positive, renewed commitment to your health. This is one thread that every speaker at Healthy Heart Day touches upon. Make a commitment to your health, your heart health. And so the mission of Healthy Heart Day is to bring the latest science-based strategies for heart health to our community, to empower our neighbors, family, friends, and colleagues to take the best possible care of their heart, and most of all for the attendees to walk away with practical, specific, actionable strategies that they can realistically incorporate into their daily lives, focusing always on prevention. Here's the catch-22 though. When we speak of prevention, we sometimes get caught in the all or nothing thinking trap. If I've already had a cardiac event, a heart attack or stroke, why bother? Perhaps I already have diabetes, or maybe I've been a lifelong smoker. So many ask at that point, what's the point in making the effort when the damage is already done? Well, we are here today to shatter that myth once and for all. The truth is, it's never too late to strengthen and improve your heart. It's never too late to make the changes that will improve the quality of your life. In fact, studies show that 90% of heart disease is preventable. That means 90% of your risk you control. Stated simply, you can control your risk not only of your first cardiac event, but repeat cardiac events as well. Yeah, you heard me right. With the right lifestyle and medication intervention, a second, third, or even fourth cardiac event can be avoided. It can buy you good, quality years of life with the people you love. We have been organizing Healthy Heart Day annually here in Cambridge since 2004, after losing my mother-in-law, Grandma Linda, that we affectionately call, to heart disease and the ravages of diabetes. This event is my wife Michelle's labor of love, an homage to her late mother, who was a dedicated nurse in Toronto. And so we carry on her legacy of service through this charitable outreach event. The not-for-profit Prevent Clinic at Cambridge Cardiac Care and the Cambridge Cardiac Rehab Program hosts Healthy Heart Day year after year, reaching beyond our four walls to build awareness and educate our community at large, to empower you with practical tools and strategies that will help you succeed in your heart health goals. After all, you can't change what you don't know. Today, you're part of a large global community making a renewed commitment to your personal health, a positive change for the future. We traditionally kick off the in-person event with the Survivor Walk, celebrating the tremendous commitment made by people living with heart disease and how they keep themselves, their family, and their community heart healthy. Each year, up to 600 participants get up and exercise with us in person and together. We literally walk the talk. You see, we're all too aware of the statistics that at any given moment there are 2.4 million Canadians suffering from heart disease, and that we lose 52,000 of them each year. Those are big numbers. But those numbers are made up of Grandma Lindas, of mothers, fathers, sisters, brothers, sons, daughters, grandparents, friends. You see, heart disease is a preventable disease that affects us all. And it is our hope that Healthy Heart Day plays a part in defeating this menace that takes too many lives too soon. I'd like to thank you for your interest in Healthy Heart Day. I applaud the fact that you are here seeking science-based information from reliable sources. We encourage you to use our event as a kickstart to making a renewed commitment to your health. Take in the information and the encouragement and use it as evidence to believe in yourself. You can do this. Know that you are not alone in our global community as we strive to manage even in times of uncertainty. We look forward to meeting you in person, hopefully soon. Until then, be well, be safe.
The medical community is alarmed at the devastating impact of the pandemic. Too afraid to seek urgent care, people with heart conditions or stroke are suffering at home, risking irreversible harm. This is causing complications not seen for decades. Hospitals have taken extra precautions, so don't hesitate to seek care or to call 911 if someone has signs of heart attack, stroke, or cardiac arrest. Do not let COVID-19 destroy more lives. Learn more at heartandstroke.ca.
So let's address the elephant in the room. Hopefully not the virus. COVID-19, the pandemic we're living through, is really as a result of a very novel virus that gets in through our lungs but affects many parts of our body, including the heart. It is a very serious virus, particularly for the elderly, those with chronic conditions, or the immunocompromised. And it has a significantly higher risk of death and mortality, hospitalization, and serious complications than the common flu we get each year. We've learned a lot in the last few months as we've all had to cope with this extreme virus. Some of the best practices that we've learned include social distancing, wearing a face mask, particularly when we're indoors, regular hand washing and sanitation, and monitoring for symptoms and any exposure that we may have. And if we think we've been exposed, getting tested and self-isolating, both to protect ourselves as well as our friends, family, loved ones, and neighbors. Recently, the Government of Canada has released the COVID-19 Alert app, and I encourage you all to consider downloading it. It is a privacy-friendly app. Your personal information is not divulged by the app, but it does help us to track potential contacts, warning you if you've come into contact with someone, and letting us know where is the spread of the virus so we can appropriately address resources to that part of the province or country. So I really hope today we will address some of these best practices, give you tips how to stay healthy, and address how we can stay free of the illnesses or cope with the illnesses that are occurring during this time. What have we done to fight the COVID-19 virus? Well, over the last number of months, as a country, as a province, as a city and region, we've done a lot actually. We've stayed at home when we've been instructed to do so by the Public Health Department and the government. At the beginning, we were in essentially a lockdown mode. Most of us were essentially just at home, ventured out only for essential needs, and only essential workers were going out into the public. We reduced international travel and mandated self-isolation for people when they arrived in the country. When numbers really started to pick up, we brought in mandatory face masks and have really consistently asked people to wear masks, particularly when they're indoors or exposed to people or in sections where they cannot distance themselves from others. Businesses have started providing free hand sanitizers when you walk into their facilities, again, giving us the ability to stay healthy and keep some control of our health as we venture out into society. We've remotely worked. Schools have changed their approach with both online and mixed models of education, and we've canceled large public events. As many of you know, behind the scenes, the healthcare sector has also tried to address the consequences of this virus. Many elective diagnostic tests have been canceled or delayed, procedures have been delayed, and we've adjusted surgeries and how we perform these procedures, both to reduce exposure to our healthcare workers as well as to the patients and families. And we've started to develop a robust contact tracing mechanism. So if somebody is in contact with this virus, we can find out who else may be exposed so we can get them help and try to isolate them so others don't get exposed to this virus. And a lot of breakthrough medical research has been ongoing, both for treatment for people who come down with this virus, effective prevention strategies, and hopefully a very rapid development of a vaccine that may give us hope for ultimately eliminating or reducing the consequences of this virus over the long term. So we have done a lot. And I think as a country, a province, as a region, we need to take a lot of heed and credit for the efforts that all of us as society have put in to try to keep every one of us safe and be good citizens so that the virus can be defeated in an effective manner. And as a result, compared to other parts of the world, we've done remarkably better. There are parts of the world where this virus continues to ravage at an exponential rate, and we've been fortunate that some of our measures have been effective. Our public has adopted them, and we need to really give credit to both the public as well as the healthcare providers that have put a lot of effort to try to keep us all safe. So I think what the COVID-19 virus actually shows me is that we can take control of our health. We can take it into our own hands. We can take small steps like wearing a mask, washing our hands in our day-to-day lives to improve our health. We're all in this together, and together we can flatten the curve that we've heard so often. And that is such an incredible achievement that we've managed to change essential aspects of our lives to keep each other healthy. I think these are important lessons that we've learned from this virus, and I hope we can take these lessons in our efforts to prevent other diseases like heart disease that we will be addressing over the course of this morning. Thank you, and welcome to Healthy Heart Day 2020. I would now like to welcome our first speaker, Mayor Kathryn McGarry. I've known Kathryn since the first day I moved to Cambridge in 1998 and had the privilege to work with her at Cambridge Memorial Hospital in the intensive care unit. You see, Mayor McGarry is a registered nurse for over 35 years, working in the emergency department, the ICU, and has been a care coordinator for the local health integration network. Mayor McGarry was one of the founding members of the Hospice of Waterloo Region. She was elected as MPP of Cambridge in 2014, and in 2016, she was appointed to Cabinet as Minister of Natural Resources and Forestry. Her appointment continued, and in January of 2018, she was made Ontario's Minister of Transportation, and just that same year, in October of 2018, she was elected Mayor of Cambridge. As you can see, she is a very accomplished healthcare provider, community organizer, and politician, and a good friend. She's been an avid supporter of Healthy Heart Day and has attended many of our events in the past, encouraging, cheerleading, and helping us sustain this event year after year. I welcome her greetings on behalf of the City Government of Cambridge and the citizens of Cambridge.
The first time I saw him, I watched him collapse to the floor from a massive heart attack at the emergency room doors of Cambridge Memorial Hospital. The last time I saw him, I didn't even recognize him, and I couldn't have been happier. Hello, I'm Cambridge Mayor Kathryn McGarry. As a nurse, I know the critical importance of total health, good diet, regular exercise, healthy habits, managing stress. They're all the things that are easier to say, yes, they are. But to be honest, I face those challenges every day, like everyone. We need to support each other in staying healthy by sharing facts and encouragement. Let's support and celebrate our successes together. I vividly remember that day I was working as a triage nurse in the emergency room. I watched a car pull up outside the door. A man in his late 30s staggered out. He was overweight. I found out later that he had diabetes. He never made it inside. He collapsed at the double glass doors in front of me. We rushed to help him, took him to the resuscitation room, and gave him clot-busting drugs to save his life. 6 months later, he came back to the emergency department to thank us all. I didn't even know who he was until he retold the story. He wasn't the man I saw 6 months earlier. He had lost about 100 pounds. His diabetes was under control. He had stopped smoking. He was eating healthy and exercising. He did everything this health team told him to do. An absolutely amazing transformation. He thanked us for saving his life. And he thanked us for giving him his new life. His wife was with him, holding their baby. I'm always honored to be invited to join Dr. Pandey and his impressive team to help present Healthy Heart Day. This year, things are very different. We're not meeting in person to share our enthusiasm and our wisdom to improve the health of everyone. We're meeting, but apart, virtually, as we all do our part to help stop the spread of COVID-19. Indeed, the pandemic brings new challenges for health. Our routines, good and bad, have been disrupted. Our health-building social connections are strained. And we face the reality of a new wave of COVID-19 infection this fall. I'm especially excited to hear from Dr. Peter Lynn today about strategies to help deal with stress. Did I mention I have some challenges managing stress some days? And I also want to hear the latest news from him about when we might have a COVID-19 vaccine. This is an incredible event focused on our mental and our physical health. I look forward to hearing the latest research, the best tactics to get through COVID, and learning more about best wisdom to help prevent health problems, to help us all avoid ending up in the emergency room. Now I'm ready to do some stretching, some deep breathing, and some relaxation exercises here in the mayor's office. Thank you, Dr. Pandey, to your amazing team and all your volunteers for this amazing event. Now, let's get started.
Thank you, Mayor McGarry, for your kind words of encouragement. So, let's get on with the day. What can I say about our first speaker, Dr. Peter Lynn? He's a friend, a colleague, and a recurrent presenter at Healthy Heart Day, one of our favorites. He's such a dynamic speaker. I look forward to his talks each year. He's able to bring focus to complex medical concepts, crystallizing them into simple and clear messages that we can all act on. With such talent, perhaps it's not surprising that he's been the Director of Primary Care Initiatives at the Canadian Heart Research Centre. He has 2 busy family practices in Toronto, and currently he is the health columnist for CBC Radio. He's also been the guest editor for Focus in Cardiology and a consultant for Perspectives in Cardiology, and was on the editorial board of the Canadian Alzheimer's Disease Review. He's an associate editor for the web portal Practice Update Primary Care, and has also been a contributor to the Canadian Diabetes Guidelines. Much deserved, Dr. Lynn has received a teaching award from the Canadian College of Family Physicians. Dr. Lynn is clearly an accomplished medical educator who is tasked here today with helping us better understand this complicated pandemic we're all facing together. Peter.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey, and thank you for organizing and for your wife's help and organization for allowing us to get together. I know that COVID-19 has been incredibly difficult, but thank you for creating this platform for us where we can continue to share information. So today what I'm going to talk about is COVID-19 in terms of the stress that it's caused and anxiety and depression, and also a little bit about the vaccines and a little bit about the mask situation, you know, that people argue about all the time. So I'm going to go through a couple of things with you today in that fashion. Let me just start off with this one. So in other words, colonoscopy. Let's say you had a colonoscopy and I told you you have bowel cancer. So for sure, you're going to feel sad. You're going to feel very depressed and in depressed mood. On the other hand, I tell you, oh, sorry, that wasn't your result. Actually, your result was fine. So you don't have colon cancer, and actually you won the lottery, and so now you're a millionaire. So obviously you'd be very happy, etc. So you can see that clearly how you feel depends on the things that are occurring to you from the outside. And so right now, during a pandemic, many things have occurred to us. And so therefore, your perception of what these things are will govern what you feel. So for example, if you feel that there's a threat, you're going to basically feel differently than if you felt a loss or if you felt injustice, for example. So therefore, let's explore each one of these things. So let's say you see this pandemic as a threat. Then if you see it as a threat, then basically this thing is going to be creating fear and anxiety, and that could lead to depression as well. On the other hand, let's say your main feeling is loss of your job, loss of a loved one, for example, during this time to COVID-19, then you would feel deep sadness, and that sadness can also lead to depression as well. Now, if on the other hand, you see this as unjust, in other words, this whole system is unjust at what you have to do in the terms of the lockdown, then basically you will feel anger because of the injustice, and that can lead to some of the things that we've seen, protests and things like that as well. So you could see that based on what we perceive perceive the situation to be will then govern what our emotions are and our mental health in that particular situation. And so you could see that many of them do lead to depression, as you can see here, but certainly we can try to change that paradigm in order to help our mental health as well as our physical health. And the CAMH is a very large organization here in Ontario that looks after mental health. And what you could see is when they surveyed their population, what they saw was that 19% of them had anxiety symptoms over the last 3 weeks. If you look at depressive symptoms, we're talking about the same, 18% or so. About 1 in 5 people are reporting these types of symptoms. And then sadness or loneliness, you could see it's 23% as well. And then many of those things will lead us to do things. And unfortunately, sometimes we turn to alcohol. So you can see here 27% in terms of binge drinking. So you can see that it may lead us into the wrong path, which is not good for our mental health or for our physical health either. So one of the things is the unknown that's causing difficulty. Whenever there's a movie and there's that sort of creepy music and it's all dark, then that's when you become anxious. And so it's the unknown that causes the anxiety that we see. And in this particular case, there's a lot of unknowns, right? Right from the beginning, we were told it's a novel virus. We've never seen this thing before. It came from bats, perhaps. They were worried about, could it transmit from one person to another in the beginning? And it's an unusual pneumonia that you get this weird picture and we can't help those patients. And then we started realizing that asymptomatic people that don't show any symptoms at all, can also pass on the virus as well. There is no real treatment for it at the moment. And right at the moment, there's no vaccine. So there's this big race towards a vaccine. So you can see all these unknowns that are sitting there, and that will cause anxiety and fear and then leading to depression as well. And so that's why we have many people that do not feel great. In other words, they feel down, they may feel sad. But do you really have depression? So we have specific criteria for that, because we've all felt sad, momentarily and those kinds of things, or for a day or two. So our criteria is that you have to feel these things for at least 2 weeks, so that we know that it's not just a dip for 1 or 2 days. And for medical students, when I was going through, we remembered this little mnemonic. So SIGI CAPS was what we remembered in terms of the signs and symptoms of depression. So first, the sleep will change. Either you're sleeping too much or you're sleeping too little, but there's a change in your sleep. Interest, you'll have no interest in anything, because when you're depressed, you're not interested in anything or doing anything. There may be some guilty feelings as well. Your energy levels will be very low. Concentration will be difficult. I have a lot of people say, I can't concentrate at work. I can't even read 1 page of the document. Appetite tends to change. So either you eat a lot, or some people can't eat at all. So therefore, it's a change in your appetite. Psychomotor retardation, slowing down. Basically, everything is a chore. It's almost like walking through, concrete or cement kind of thing. And then finally, the one that we worried about the most is suicide. And suicide, we always assess for it, so don't be shocked if your doctor asks you. He's just trying to be complete and basically making sure that you're protected. And so therefore, we assess all this SIGI CAPS to make sure if the person does have depression and to make sure that they're well treated. And we can follow these symptoms as well when people are improving. Now, one of the problems is that, look at this sign, help us save lives, stay at home. So at the moment where you're feeling down and blue, that's when we need our social network. That's when we're supposed to be with our friends and family that can give us support. But in this particular pandemic, you're not allowed to do that. And so that's why it made things worse, and it amplified that feeling of loneliness and depression for many people. A lot of us felt like we're in cages. I remember one of my friends, they said that where they live, which is outside of the city, the animals are walking around, but they are trapped in their houses. And so it's almost like the reverse zoo, I guess, if you will, where we're trapped inside. So therefore, that can increase a sense of depression and loneliness as well. Some people cope differently. So some people started stockpiling. We saw this big run on toilet paper and things like that. And I think that's a different way of coping. It's sort of like, how do I prepare? How do I make sure that I survive? And that made people feel good because they were able to do that. Now, obviously, there were fights and things like that. That part wasn't so good. But that was their coping mechanism. In other words, be prepared, and then that way everything will be okay. Other people started to make those masks for the hospitals, for their friends and family, because that's their way of dealing with it. In other words, I can control this part. I can protect people. And so therefore, the virus, even though I can't control all the other things out there, I can control this part of my life. Other people started baking. You couldn't find flour, you couldn't find yeast. I think baking is something that brings you back to a good time. In other words, it smells nice, you have something to eat, you're not going to starve. So those are all good things. And on top of that, you're doing something useful because you're producing food now. And so therefore, again, you're the master of your own destiny. You're in control. So all of this is actually to make us feel like we're back in control. We're back at the helm of the ship. Some people decided that fix the whole family. In other words, protect the whole family, protect the elders, protect the children, protect everybody in between. And that became their purpose so that they can feel that they're being useful and that they're doing things that can control and help in this particular situation. Other people turned to the world. You know, the whole world was suffering at the same time. So therefore, thankfully, our social network, you can connect to people that are around the world. And I think that social network connection was helpful. I saw a lot of people passing some funny jokes around, and that sort of made people feel a little bit more lively. And so I think that was very helpful for us to cope as well. Others were waiting for a sterilization. In other words, some magical thing that will wipe all of this stuff out and get us back to normal. And unfortunately, that's a little disappointing because every day that you're expecting a breakthrough and you hear in the news, nothing else is new. So it basically sets up expectations and then you drop. So therefore, that would push us towards a more depressive state as well. And then also there was fake news that was running around. And so with this fake news, people didn't know what to believe. So sometimes that led you down the garden path. So we had to be very careful not to fall for these things and to protect each other from this as well. So I think knowledge is power. You've heard that before, but I think the key word is truth. In other words, if you get the true facts, then it's not so scary. Just like in the movie, when it's all dark and creepy music, it is scary. But once you turn the lights on in that particular area, then it's no longer scary anymore. So therefore, if we can have the truth coming out in terms of knowledge, I think that would be a very useful thing for us. So let me just take you through some of that. So this is the virus that you and I know. So let's learn something about this thing. So those yellow spikes that come out, those are known as spike protein. They're like the keys. So if that fits into the right lock, then it can get into your cell. And then it can go and make copies of itself. And here's the set of blueprints. So that little slinky thing in the middle is the blueprints that makes the virus. So basically the virus is just a set of blueprints and a set of keys to get into your house. And so that's basically the virus itself. It has no wings, no feet. It has no photocopy machine of its own. So what happens here is that you have the virus. It attaches to the receptor, okay? And once it attaches to the receptor, your cell will actually allow this thing to come in. And once it comes in, it takes over your machinery and it starts to produce viruses. So it starts making photocopies of itself. And then those viruses can go infect other cells in your body, or you can cough it out or breathe it out, and then other people will get infected. And that's how the virus can keep itself alive, I guess, or replicated into the future. At the same time, your body is making antibodies, trying to kill it off. And so therefore, it's a bit of a race. Do you make the antibodies faster, or do they make copies of themselves faster? So that's the little race that's happening inside your body. And so the thought is that if you're elderly, you have lots of diseases, your army is not that fast. So it might not make the antibodies in time. And that's why we have much worse outcomes. But even if you're young, you might have a good army, but this is a new virus, so your army may not recognize it. And so therefore, it might take you too much time to figure it out to make the army and to make the antibodies. So we've got young people that also have very bad disease as well. So in other words, this idea that you're young and healthy and you're protected doesn't seem to work. We also thought that everybody that was sick with the virus is going to look sick. They're going to be coughing, sneezing with a fever. But we now know that that's not true. With SARS, the original one, that was true. Like if you had the virus, you were sick looking, and then everybody stayed away from you. So that's why the original SARS did not pass as much to other people. And so therefore, what we have to look at is what's different about this particular virus. You can have asymptomatic people. In other words, people that look perfectly fine, but they're producing viruses in the nose, and so therefore they can breathe out that virus. And it was that allowed this virus to cover so many people around the world, because you're standing next to not a coughing person, you're standing next to a person that looked perfectly healthy and fine. And they don't know and they don't feel anything that they're carrying the virus, so they don't even know either. And so we thought testing, but then you can't test all these people. Our testing capacity, you saw the lineups going around buildings, is already maxed out. And so therefore it's very difficult to find these people. So instead of
testing for these people, why don't we just protect ourselves from these people? And that was really the strategy that was adopted. Now, do you have to wear a hazmat suit like this? And the answer is no. So thankfully, this is not Ebola, where if it touches your skin, it can get in. This virus, if it's on your hands, it can't go into your body. It has to be breathed in. So therefore, it has to get to your face. So either your hands bring it up or you breathe it in from somebody else. And so that's how the virus will go. So you don't need the hazmat suit, but a mask would be very, very helpful. And in the beginning, we used to laugh as doctors. We said, but these masks are holy. They have big holes. The material is so large, the holes, that the virus is tiny. It could fit right through. And it's actually right. But the virus has no wings or feet. And because it can't move on its own, even if the hole is really big, it can't get through there unless we blow it out. So therefore, it relies on our wind power of breathing and coughing and sneezing to move it to another person. And so if we have layers of material in front of your face, it slows that down. So instead of sending the virus 2 feet in front of you, you might only send it a couple of inches away from your face, in which case the other person has a hard time breathing in the virus. At the same time, we're looking at it going, well, this thing cannot protect you from the virus, because a lot of parents said, look, this doesn't make sense. My kid's been with me, and for this last 6 months, they don't have a virus, but you want to slap a mask on their face to protect other people. I don't want any part of this. What we should have explained is that, oh, by the way, by having the material in front of your child's face, it's harder for him to suck the air. So the airflow is slowed down. So now to get that virus to come this way, I have to physically be much closer to the virus. And so therefore, it's harder for me to breathe the virus in. So it protects your child too by having that mask there. So it protects from the person that's spewing out the virus, but it also protects the person so that they don't breathe in the particular virus, or it's more difficult. And so if I were to show it to you this way, the person on the left-hand side basically is a nose breather, and the fellow on the other side is a mouth breather, and you can see how far the air can go. And if he had viruses, the viral particles would be pretty much near the other person, and so the other person could breathe it in. And they're about 1 meter apart. So you can see why the distancing is so important. The other option is we can put on a mask. So without a mask, I can send that breath or cough or sneeze about 2 or 3 feet, right? So I can send it just by breathing. I can send it quite far. If I put on the mask, now it's only maybe 2 or 3 inches that the virus can move, and then they're of no harm to the other person on the other side. So that's basically why masks will be very helpful for us, both to stop the person asymptomatic from spewing out the virus, but to stop you and I from breathing the virus in as well. The face shield works in the same way. It's leaking everywhere, right? So the way it works is that I cannot blow the virus directly towards you, because the face shield stops it and it deflects it downward towards my chest, so away from your face. So that protects you. It protects me because I have to suck the virus in a U-turn, right? So the virus actually has to go around the shield, get back up and into my nose or mouth, and that's very impossible to suck that hard. And so that's why it protects the person wearing the shield as well. So therefore, if your child or the person that you're trying to protect cannot wear a face mask, then a face shield is actually a very good option, and they feel quite comfortable and they have some good protection there as well. What about this business about stale air or ventilation? So this is a person lighting up a cigarette in a room, tiny room where there's no ventilation, and you could see this. So think of the virus cloud like the smoke. It can hang around in that space for a long period of time. Whereas if you're outside, the airflow is going to carry it away. So that's why outside, much easier, we can spend more time talking to each other. Inside, we want to limit that time to as minimum as possible, because we don't want that virus cloud to be moving apart so that it can actually reach you. The second wave is interesting. Everybody keeps predicting that there is a second wave. I think we're in it right now. Certainly, if you look at other countries, for example, Spain, you could see that they had that huge bump in the spring, and then they had a very nice summer. There weren't a lot of cases. Everybody thought, this is great. The virus is gone. We've won the war. They take down their precautions. Maybe they don't wear their masks. They sit really close. They have, lunch with each other. And all of a sudden, you're seeing the cases now going up again into that second wave. And the exact same pattern is in France. We're seeing these large numbers coming again, and it's exactly the same as the Spanish flu in 1918. Same thing, summertime, everybody thought virus is gone, we can ease up, we've won the war, forget the precautions, and then bang, in the fall, all of these cases came up. Now, where is the virus coming from? Like, where's the reservoir? There's no bats or anything around us. Well, it turns out that 45% of the cases are asymptomatic. So these are people that carry the virus with them, but they don't have any symptoms. So when you look at them, they look perfectly fine, and they don't feel anything at all either. And so therefore, if you get close to them, then all of a sudden they can pass the virus to you. What's interesting is that there's a lot of these people in our community already. And so that's why as soon as you drop your guard, the virus comes across and your case numbers go up. And in fact, the caseload is higher because there's more people producing viruses now than in the first wave. In the first wave, we had to wait for somebody to come off of a plane from somewhere else or somebody driving up from somewhere else before we can introduce the virus into our community. Now we have these asymptomatic people amongst us, and therefore the virus is very close to us. As soon as you drop your guard, it can now move across in this fashion. And think of an asymptomatic virus factory producer as being one of these chimneys. As long as you take precautions and you don't get close and you wear your mask, no problem. But as soon as you go near one of those people without a mask and you get close, then you'll be able to pick up the virus. And that's why the caseloads goes up, and it goes up very quickly. And you can see here as an example. So he's wearing a mask and she's got it on her chin. And then the two people behind have no mask on. So you can see that by relaxing these things, if you bumped into one of these asymptomatic people, you'll have difficulty. So therefore, wearing the mask is very important, just like seatbelts, right? Most of us will never need the seatbelt, thankfully, to save our lives, but we put it on anyway because we don't know when we're going to have a car accident. And similarly here, you don't know when you're going to bump into an asymptomatic, healthy-looking person that has virus. So keep that mask on for everybody and keep that 6-foot distance for everybody. And you can see here again, he's wearing it underneath his nose, so he's still spewing out viruses, and the other fellow has no mask at all. And so that's the kind of situation where we're going to see this virus being able to spread around. Hong Kong was interesting. So recently they announced that they found one person that had 2 infections of the COVID-19, one in March and one in August. And the reason why this is special is because they have the virus itself, so they compared the 2 viruses and they weren't identical. And so that's why they called it the first case where they've proven that you can get this virus twice. So all those antibodies that you build up, it may go away. And so therefore, in this particular case, it did not give this person extra protection. The good news, though, is that he didn't get sick on the second time. In other words, he didn't get the pneumonia or anything like that. He didn't need hospital. He didn't even know that he was sick. But the scary part is that he is an asymptomatic carrier, right? That he has the virus. So therefore, he could have spread it to his family. Thankfully, every plane that lands in Hong Kong gets swabbed. And so therefore, they picked him up based on the swab test itself. And so he didn't have a chance to spread it to other people within his own family. Now, we thought that was unique, but if you go back to this is March 27th, in China, they published Mystery in Wuhan, recovered corona patients, people that got better, tested negative, and now they're testing positive again. And the same thing, April in South Korea, they said the same thing. We have some of these people that test negative, in other words, they had disease, test negative, and then now they're positive again. And so at that time, the explanation was, well, maybe it was just a bad test. You know, they didn't do it properly. They said, oh, maybe we're not detecting the whole virus. It's just bits and pieces that's left over. It's the destroyed virus that we're finding. Other people said maybe it mutated. Other people said it might be a carrier state where they're carrying the virus. And then, of course, reinfection is the correct answer now. These people may be reinfected. I'm going to leave the carrier one as available, meaning they could have been always carrying the virus with them. It's just that they weren't detected before. So these are the things that we're starting to learn about this particular virus. Now, this is interesting. Inflammasome, I never knew a whole lot about inflammasome. I'm assuming that you might not know either, because it's a weird kind of scientific kind of a piece of information. And so it turns out inflammasome is like an auto-destruct sequence, okay? So it's a self-destruct, I guess, if you will. So every cell has this so that if it gets really badly damaged or it's badly infected, it'll sacrifice itself. It'll destroy itself to take the virus with it so that it protects the whole body. At the same time, when the cell dies, it also releases chemicals called cytokines. You've heard that in the news. And cytokines are things that call the army over to destroy and sterilize that particular area. So that's basically your body saying that we will sacrifice that area to protect the rest of the body. And so this is this auto-destruct sequence. So let me show you how amazing our body is. So this inflammasome, how is it made up? So there's parts of it. So there's a sensor that detects something, there's an adapter, and then there's the effector. That's the one that's actually doing all the work, that little red ball. And so normally these are separate parts. However, if you have certain chemicals in the cell, these are chemicals that are coming that are saying that the cell is in trouble. These are signaling proteins that will tell your cell is in trouble. As soon as it detects that, all these components assemble into this. It's kind of like a Transformer movie. It starts to assemble like this, and then basically it can now release one of these red balls, these activators. And that activator red ball, what does it do? It says, I'm in trouble, this cell is in trouble, so I'm going to cause the auto-destruct sequence to start. At the same time, that little red ball also triggers the production of cytokines. That's the one that you've heard about. And cytokines are chemicals that call your army over to try and destroy the rest of the area, to sterilize the whole area. So this system is fantastic because it gets rid of the virus, it does sacrifice a few cells, but then you're going to contain the virus very nicely. The problem with this is that this particular inflammasome responds to protein E. So when it sees a lot of protein E, it freaks out and it thinks that it has to go through this auto-destruct sequence. And guess what? The COVID-19 virus produces a lot of protein E. And by producing a lot of protein E, it triggers and it tricks your cell into thinking that there's terrible damage, and therefore this inflammasome starts to destroy that whole system. And that's why you see people saying, the body is sort of attacking itself. And so that's why one of the treatments is dexamethasone. You heard about it in the news. New treatment saves lives. Dexamethasone is a steroid, and it calms down the inflammasome, saying you don't have to do auto-destruct sequence. So this medicine does not treat the virus itself. It doesn't get rid of the virus, but it treats the sickest people at the very end when they're about to destroy their own lungs, for example. This stuff will come in there and say you do not have to trigger the auto-destruct sequence. Interestingly, some people, maybe they're not sensitive to this protein E. So in other words, their auto-destruct button is not sensitive to protein E, in which case they don't have any damage. And that might explain why some people just have no symptoms at all, while other people may have very bad damage to their lungs and they end up in intensive care unit. What about school? That's been the big news right now. So people getting into a school bus, we kept telling our kids stay 6 feet apart. In the bus, they're all jammed together and the ventilation is not good. And so what I've been telling our little kids, some of my patients, is I want you to do this. I want you to breathe slowly. And they all laugh at me. And I tell them it's like a sort of martial arts, where you breathe slowly. And if you breathe slowly in and slowly out, you're not sucking with as much power. So therefore, it's harder for a virus to come towards you if you're sucking in very slowly. And please make sure to wear your mask. If you can't wear a mask, then wear a face shield. And please have the windows open, a little crack even when the weather is bad, so that you get new airflow coming in, new air to sort of dilute out the old air. And then no hands to your face, because that's the other way that you can pick up the virus. So if we do that inside a school bus and sit everybody close together, that's in the same bubble, the same neighborhood, then that's how we're going to keep our kids safe in terms of going back and forth on the school bus system. In the classroom, they've now used gymnasiums to spread people out, and the whole purpose of that is to create more space, right? So remember that virus cloud that we're talking about? So if, let's say, I'm right next to you, I'm going to breathe that virus cloud in. But if I'm 6 feet away from you, it's going to take some time for that virus cloud to get towards me. So therefore, that's why people are being spread out in this particular fashion. It just buys you more time. Just like having the face mask on buys me more time to be able to talk to you before the virus cloud will get to me. And so the schooling system has become difficult. Some kids are going virtual. Some kids are actually arriving to the school. But the key is we want to reduce the anxiety. So if they're arriving at the school and they're all anxious about the COVID, then they're not going to be able to learn, and it's bad for their mental health as well. So we need to make sure that it's safe in the environment that they're going into. The other environment that's interesting is that the CDC down in the US, they just reported, this is the Center for Disease Control, they said that COVID patients are more likely, like twice as likely, to have been to a restaurant. And so therefore, it doesn't mean that the restaurant is causing this, but it's interesting that that might be the social gathering. And the reason why I point this out is that public health has been saying, don't do anything reckless. Reckless meaning attend large parties, or go to a karaoke bar and share microphones and things like that we heard about in Quebec. So basically they're saying that, don't do reckless things. And we're all thinking, well, we don't do those kind of reckless things, but we do go for dinner. So let's say we go for dinner with your family and friends. Is that enough for you to transmit the virus? Think about it. At dinner, your mask is off. So that one layer of protection that you're relying on is gone. And the other layer is 6 feet apart. And in a restaurant, you may not be exactly 6 feet apart from the other person. And also we said, no hands to your face, but then you're eating. So therefore your hands are constantly going up and down to your face, and you can't wash it all the time. So all three levels of protection are at the riskiest moment when you're inside a restaurant. So it's not so much that the restaurant is bad, it's the act of eating. And the reason why I bring that up, instead of lockdown, what we we need to do is figure out these kind of defects. In other words, how the virus can move around. Because if we do another lockdown, it'll work. The caseload will go down, you and I will feel good, and then when they release the lockdown, you and I will have lunch again, and we do it the same old way, mask is off and everything else, and then we're going to have wave number 3 and wave number 4 as we move forward. So figuring out how is that virus moving in these situations is important. And the reason why I bring it up is that when you look at the cases, they always list, is it travel, is it a close contact like somebody within your family? But there's a lot of them that are saying unknown, or community spread, which means there's no immediate source that I can find. There wasn't a person that I can find. And so that's what got me thinking that we're maybe having meals together, and maybe that's the transmission time that we have to be careful with. Same thing with kids at school eating at lunchtime. How do we make sure when their mask is off that people are truly 6 feet away, and so on and so forth, so that the other mechanisms have to kick in because we've now taken one of them off our face. Look at these two having a nice date, I guess it would. They're about 1 meter apart. And you can see that if he's breathing out, and let's say he's one of those asymptomatic virus producers, those viruses are pretty much on top of her. She's just going to breathe it in. So therefore, in this situation, I need to move her away. Okay, I know this is very awkward, but then she's got to move away so that they're, or perhaps we put up a plastic barrier when they are with their masks off. And perhaps what we do is we talk with our mask on, and we only take the mask off when you're eating. And that might actually protect the restaurant, protect you, and so on and so forth. So that way, it's a good way that we can help out. I know restaurants are thinking about ventilation and all these other things, but those all cost a lot of money. So number one, if you're sick, don't go to the restaurant. Number two is that keep your mask on for as long as you can. Only take it off when you're eating, and that will cut down the viruses that may be moving around. What about intimacy? Now, I'm a big pro mask person, but in terms of intimacy, that becomes a problem. Because remember I said the virus still leaves your mask, but it just doesn't go as far. So when you're intimate, you're now within that 2 or 3 inch space. So therefore, even if you have a mask on, you can still breathe this in. So that's why the recommendation is no face-to-face contact in terms of intimacy as well. And know the risk of the person that you're with, right? We used to talk about this with sexually transmitted diseases, but in this case, know the person that you're going to spend time with, and then you'll understand how much precautions you need to take. For example, did they just travel recently? Did they just come back from the United States? That would put them at very high risk. Where do they work? Are they on an assembly line where they're right next to somebody and they don't have any barriers or anything like that? That puts them at higher risk. What about their family members? Do they have a huge family? Everybody's at schools and things like that, in which case their bubble is very large, and so therefore you have to take precautions. And what about their social network? Do they go to restaurants? Do they go to gatherings, churches, protests? What kind of situations do they put themselves in? And most importantly is, how do they wear their protective gear, their PPE, their personal protective equipment? Are they the type that says, I wear my mask all the time and I wash my hands and I do this and do this? Or are they the type, I don't really believe in that, and they wear the mask here, or they've got it on their wrist or something like that? So then you understand whether their risk of getting it is high or not. And by assessing that risk, it'll tell you, should you take the risk to be with this person? Should you put in the 6 feet, and so on and so forth? Because now you know whether they're risky or not in terms of the virus. And I show you this picture of the castle, like I don't want you to become a castle, but the idea is to create a small moat around yourself, so 6 feet apart, and then a mask or a face shield. Wash your hands before you touch your face, and limit the time in bad ventilation areas, right, where the air is stale. So if you follow those rules, then it doesn't matter who's out there, whether they're symptomatic, asymptomatic, whatever, you will be able to protect yourself as well. What about a hug? I always have grandparents saying, what about a hug from a grandchild? So now what I tell them is that you're wearing your mask or whatever you're doing, but as the child is coming in, just hold your breath for the last 5 seconds, and that way you're not breathing in the virus. And then when they're breathing over here, you breathe, and then as they're pulling away, just hold your breath for 5 seconds so that you're not breathing in the virus either. This also works in tight corridors, like let's say you're leaving a washroom and there's not enough space. You can just hold your breath and walk past them, or in an elevator ride, you can do the same thing. And as a doctor, I tell my patients, I'm going to look at your eye, so I'm going to hold my breath for 5 seconds, and you're going to hold your breath for 5 seconds, and that way, during that 5 seconds, nothing is moving. So therefore, I won't infect you, you won't infect me either. Okay. And these kinds of things, even though they're simple, it gives you a sense of control. Remember, what people are trying to gain is control again of their lives. So this would be something that would allow you to say, I can go anywhere because I know what to do in these situations. We are the future. I worry about our children. This year has been kind of crazy, but can we give them a good future? Are there hope hopeful signs that are coming. The vaccine, I think everybody's hopeful with that. And the vaccine is different types. So basically the virus, there's different versions of the vaccine. So there's this way, which is we actually give you the virus itself, we inject it. So the live attenuated, it is alive, but it's been weakened, okay? So that would be like the chickenpox vaccine is made that way. Inactivated means that we pulverize it. So let's say the flu shot is we pulverize it and then we shoot those pieces into you, and then that way your body recognizes it. A Quebec company is actually using creating empty viruses. So they grow the whole virus, but there's no blueprints on the inside. So then you will make antibodies and recognize the virus. So that's a very unique way of doing things. The traditional way is that we grow the protein. So we would grow the spike protein, that set of keys, and then we would inject that into you, and then your body would make antibodies against it. Okay. We can give you a booster. A booster is an adjuvant that makes your immune system respond better. So therefore you might see those two things together. Nucleic acid or DNA or RNA vaccines are different. We give you the blueprints. So we give you the blueprints to make the spike protein. We don't give you the whole thing, right? We don't give you the whole virus blueprints because you'll make the whole virus. So we just give you the blueprints for the spike protein. You will make the spike protein, and then you'll make antibodies against that. And so this is very effective because if the virus changes, we just send in the new set of blueprints, and then your body will make the spike protein, the new spike protein, for example. So very adaptive, and this is the one that you're going to hear about. So anytime you see mRNA, that's called messenger RNA, that's the blueprint version of things. And then finally, we have the virus. What we do is we give you a cold virus. It's called an adenovirus, and we make that adenovirus show off those proteins. We make it make those spike proteins, and we inject that virus into you. It is not able to reproduce. It cannot make photocopies of itself. It's a one-shot deal. So it's programmed that way. And then basically now your body recognizes the spike protein and makes the antibodies against it. So the one that you hear about, that Oxford study group, basically it's one of these adenovirus kind of vaccines that you're hearing about. The NBA was interesting. Saliva test. So they came out with a saliva test. They were the ones that funded the Yale University to do this, obviously because their players do not want to have that silly swab up their nose every single day before they play. So they funded this thing where you can use saliva. It's not as good as the nose swab, but it's a good test because I can collect it myself. I don't need a person to do it, so therefore that person doesn't have to put themselves at risk. And I can do this at any time. You send it off in a little tube, and the lab will process it and give you back an answer quickly in that way. So for the NBA, they've been using this kind of technology so that their players can be safe. There is another version which is a little strip of plastic, and they put antibodies on it that recognizes that spike protein, that set of keys, and if it finds it, it'll basically turn color. So it's kind of like a pregnancy test, I guess, if you want to think of it that way. So the concept is that you will have this little thing that you can test. In this case, it is a pregnancy test, but in the case of the future, it'll be one of these COVID-19 tests, and it'll either say yes or no in terms of whether you have the spike protein or not. So it's a quick way of doing things, and hopefully Health Canada is reviewing these sort of home test kits, and if we have one that's approved, then that might be something that we can use, and then therefore we can sort of get back to normal, because the majority of people are still negative, right? You think about, we have 140,000 cases, but let's say it's 1 million people. Let's say 1 million people actually had it, but only 140,000 got tested. So let's say it's 1 million people. In Canada, we have 37 million people, which means 36 million people are negative. So in other words, chances are people don't have the virus. So therefore, this test would be a good way to identify those people while picking out the people that need to stay away, and so on and so forth as well. In terms of a family, I was thinking about this. I don't want to test every single kid. So this is what I was thinking about. Everybody spits on the same piece of plastic. See, this is the frugal mind happening. So therefore, if it's all negative, then you don't have to worry. But if one of them is positive, then we test each person individual. So that means every day you just use one strip for the whole family. And then that way you don't have to waste money or resources. Because in the beginning, I think manufacturing of these strips, they won't be able to manufacture enough. So maybe if we ration it in that way, that would be helpful. Same thing at work. You can imagine people spitting at work as well onto this sort of common reservoir, and if it's all negative, then everybody's cleared. The 10 people are cleared. If it's if it's positive, then all 10 people will get separate testing, and that way we can limit our testing ability as well. And then maybe we can get back to movie theaters and things like that with these very simple tests that make sure that the people going in have no viruses, so that you can sit next to each other and not have masks on and those kinds of things. So that's the hope, that in the future, maybe maybe we don't have to wait for the vaccine. Maybe these simple tests may let us get back to normality quicker. The COVID-19 virus, I want to show you, it's a USB stick, right? It carries a little bit of information. It has no wings or feet. It cannot move. It needs to be plugged in. It needs to come into our cells to make photocopies, just like a USB stick needs to be plugged into your computer. And so therefore, with no feet, no wings, it needs us to move around. It has to get into our lungs. It cannot make itself. It cannot make photocopies of itself. And yet it's winning. You know, this is a very simple thing. If I told you a USB stick was going to take over the world, you would laugh at me. But the reason why it works is because it's invisible. You can't see it. So therefore, when somebody's standing next to you and they're healthy looking and they're breathing and you're breathing it in, you don't know that you've breathed it in. That's basically how this virus has been able to move so quickly. So it's the asymptomatic people that are transmitting. Whereas if I'm coughing, you're not going to come near me, right? So therefore, you're protected in that way. So that is its magical trick. And our magical trick is simple. We just make physical barriers. So this virus can't move on its own, so we put 6 feet apart between us. We use a mask or a face shield to cut down on our sucking and blowing power, and we wash our hands before we touch our face so that we cannot bring the virus up to our face, and we limit the time in bad ventilation areas because that virus cloud can grow, so we don't want to be hanging around as that virus cloud grows, and just watch out for the asymptomatic. And you're probably going, how do we watch out for that? In other words, do these rules for everybody. I don't care if they look sick. I don't care if they look well. You're going to do these rules for everybody, and that way you won't get tricked into breathing in the virus from somebody that doesn't know that they are even carrying the virus itself. So, your perception, how do we change that? If it's no longer a threat, it's a USB stick that cannot move, it cannot do anything except with us, then perhaps our fear and anxiety may go down. Perhaps if we have these simple tests and you can get back to, going to, movies and going out to restaurants and things like that, there'll be less loss. So therefore there'll be less sadness. And perhaps because everybody is able to move around and you don't have to wear a mask inside a movie theater because everybody's been cleared, then there's less injustice. And so therefore there might be less anger as well. So perhaps by understanding the virus and these very simple testing and these solutions that everybody's frantically working on, we can bring back our lives into some normality where our mental health will be good, so that then we can focus on our physical health, because we want our hearts and everything else to be strong as well. So I finish with this one, Kaizen. So Kaizen is a Japanese word. So this part of the word means change, and this part of the word means good. So if you put the two together, roughly it says continuous improvement. That's really the purpose of the word Kaizen. So the concept is that we want to continue to strive for better and better. So just like we wanted to bake during that time, let's continue to strive to be better in terms of protecting ourselves against the COVID, protecting our family, and then making sure that we're doing things that are purposeful. So that way your brain every morning wakes up and says, what great things can I do today? There are constraints, but there are still a lot of people doing great things and making other people happy as well. So you have the power, we have the power. So it's strange. We don't need anything fancy. We don't need a new invention. We don't need a big government project to stop this virus. It's simple things that you and I do. 6 feet apart, mask, face shield if you don't like a mask, wash your hands before you touch your face, and avoid those bad ventilation areas. Just keep that down to a minimum time. And if we do that, the virus really cannot find a new person to infect, and therefore hopefully the virus will now decide to shut down because they don't have a new host that they can go to. So therefore, I think the future is full of hope. In other words, hope that everybody is going to be doing the right things, hope that there will be discoveries of these little strips that we can, test ourselves with, but the hope that we can all work together to make sure that our mental health is intact and our physical health is intact. So I wish you all a very peaceful time, and a time where you're calm and you do not perceive everything as a threat, and therefore your mental health will be very happy if you can get into that state. So on that note, I want to thank you very much for your time, and I'll turn things back to Dr. Pandey.
Thank you, Peter, for helping us better understand this pandemic and how we can stay healthy during this time using simple techniques, and the hope that we have for a vaccine coming soon. I really appreciate your efforts in helping us better understand what we can do to maintain our physical and mental health at this time.
I'm Jennifer Michaud. 3.5 years ago, I had open heart surgery to replace my aortic valve. I was born with a heart condition. I was born with aortic stenosis. What really changed for me with my condition was when I received the news that I had to have open heart surgery. To be put back together with glue and with stainless steel and with stitches, and then to be expected to go back to normal life. Research is so important to me because I am not done my heart surgery journey. I have a bioprosthetic valve implanted, which means in about 15 to 20 years, I'm going to need another surgery.
It gives me great pleasure to introduce you to our next speaker, a friend, a colleague, and a frequent presenter here at Healthy Heart Day, Dr. Alice Cheng. She's a member of the Division of Endocrinology and Metabolism at Credit Valley Hospital in Mississauga and St. Michael's Hospital in Toronto. She's an associate professor in the Department of Medicine at the University of Toronto. She has served on the expert and steering committees for Diabetes Canada's clinical practice guidelines since 2003 and served as chair of the 2013 revision. She is currently the chair of the professional section of Diabetes Canada and an associate editor of the Canadian Journal of Diabetes. Today, she will be sharing her thoughts with us on ways that diabetics can stay healthy and the relationship of diabetes and COVID-19 and living healthy in these times. Alice.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pandey, for the kind introduction, and thank you again for the opportunity to attend today's conference. I'd like to congratulate both you and your team for the fantastic work that you've been doing putting this event together for the last number of years. Today I have the pleasure of spending some time with you to discuss a topic that is extremely relevant in 2020, and that is, of course, the topic of COVID-19 and diabetes. What is the relationship? So just to put this in context, as of September 18th, we're at over 30 million cases of COVID-19 around the world, with the deaths that have amounted to over 900,000 deaths. On the flip side, I guess the good news is that 22 million have in fact recovered from COVID-19. But just to put the death toll in perspective, what I'm showing you here is the University of Michigan Stadium, which holds about 107,000 people. It's one of the largest in the world. And to put the number of deaths in perspective, we are talking about 8.8 of these stadiums filled with individuals who have lost lives. And of course, each of those people have families and loved ones and friends. So the impact of this virus has been very substantial on a worldwide stage in terms of deaths, but also in terms of the economic toll that it has taken on the world. But what about closer to home, specific to Canada? These are the numbers again of late September in Canada, and we're looking at 140,000 cases of COVID-19, with the vast majority having recovered, but of course there has been a significant death toll in Canada as well. Now, we've been dealing with this virus, first having heard about it in January of 2020. So what do we know up until this stage of the game? And then I'm going to zero in on the diabetes aspect of it. So what has come out clear now is that there are certain risk factors that are significant when we think about COVID-19 and significant COVID-19 disease with complications. And those risk factors include age, of course, as well as being male, having obesity, a lower socioeconomic status, certain ethnicities, and of course other comorbidities such as diabetes and high blood pressure. These are things that have bubbled up to the top as significant risk factors to predict who is going to have more severe COVID-19 infection. So what exactly then is the relationship with diabetes? And to better answer that question, we really need to think about the difference between the likelihood to get infected versus how severe the infection is when it actually occurs. And what I can tell you is that it does not appear that people with diabetes are more likely to get infected. They are not more likely to get infected. In fact, their likelihood of infection is similar to that of the baseline population. However, it's the severity of the infection that is higher in those living with diabetes. And one of the first glimpses that we had of this were early data that came out of China looking at the characteristics of those individuals who in fact contracted the virus. And if you look at the diabetes percentage in the red box, the prevalence was about 5.3%, which is similar to the background prevalence of diabetes in the general population, suggesting that those living with diabetes are not at higher risk of getting COVID-19 infection. However, these early data from China also told us that there is in fact a higher risk of death associated with COVID-19 infection in those living with diabetes. And these are again early data coming out of China looking at different comorbidities or other diseases that people may have when they also have COVID-19 infection. And the death rates are higher in those living with diabetes at about 7.3% compared to someone who also has COVID-19 infection but yet has no other medical problems, then their death rate was only 0.9%. So therefore, we know that diabetes is associated with more severe disease and also more death associated with COVID-19. And then an important question that often gets asked to me then, is there a difference between type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes? As you well know, type 2 diabetes is the far more common form of diabetes. About 90% of those living with diabetes have type 2, and about 10% have type 1 diabetes. So is there a difference in the COVID-19 response between type 1 and type 2 diabetes? The best data that we have to answer that question actually comes out of the United Kingdom. So there, they looked at their general population, they looked at the population with COVID-19, and then they looked specifically at the population that died with COVID-19 and tried to understand, was there a relationship between type 1 and type 2 diabetes? And what they found when they looked at in-hospital COVID-19 deaths, and this was between March to May of 2020, the black line represents the general population, and this was the rate of death in the general population, and it's plotted against the age. So the youngest age group is on your left, the oldest age group is on your right, and clearly the likelihood of death increased as one got older. But the black line represented the general population, and then the blue line represents those living with type 2 diabetes, and the red line represents those living with type 1 diabetes. So therefore, the likelihood of an in-hospital death with COVID-19 was actually higher with those living with type 1 compared to those living with type 2 diabetes. However, it's important to remember, though, that the absolute number of people are going to be higher with type 2 compared to type 1 just because there are more people living with type 2 than there are living with type 1. And as well, in this analysis from the UK, we also learned that the same risk factors that we thought were bubbling up to the top were in fact confirmed. Being of higher age, being of male sex, having more social deprivation, in other words, a lower socioeconomic status, coming from a non-white ethnicity, all of these were risk factors for more in-hospital death associated with COVID-19. And then here you see what type 1 diabetes and type 2 diabetes represent as well. So then another important question I get asked is, okay, so I'm not at higher risk of getting infected, but I am at higher risk of more severe infection. So does blood sugar control play a role in the impact of COVID-19 on outcomes for someone living with diabetes? And again, these are data from the United Kingdom, looking at those who died from COVID-19 in hospital, and then going back and looking at their records before they got sick to see what their A1C was. Now, just to remind you, the A1C is that blood test that you should be getting every 3 months if you have diabetes that looks at your average glucose sort of over the last 3 months. And what we're usually asking you to achieve is an A1C below 7%. Now here, highlighted in the yellow, is that it was found that for those who had A1Cs above 7.5%, their likelihood of death from COVID-19 was increased 2 to 3-fold, which suggests that glycemic control or sugar control does have an association with increased severe disease. It does not prove cause and effect, but it does show an association. And here, looking at the in-hospital deaths by baseline A1C, you can see that those who had an A1C greater than 10%, that's highlighted here, actually had, again, double or 1.62 times the higher risk of COVID-19 related in-hospital death. What about sugar control in the hospital? So let's say one has COVID-19, is admitted to hospital. Does the amount of sugar control achieved in hospital have an impact? And these are data coming from China, where they looked at the percentage of survival. So the higher the line, the better off you are. And what it showed is that if you had well-controlled blood sugars in the hospital when you were sick with COVID-19, you were more likely to survive, as seen in the black line, compared to if you had higher blood sugars while you were in hospital, then you were more likely to die, as shown in the orange line. And there was a nice visual that was created by the authors of this paper that sort of showed well-controlled blood sugars, shown in the blue, was better off in terms of survival, and that in fact, if your blood sugars were not well controlled, then you were more likely to die from COVID-19. Now again, this does not prove that blood sugar control prevents death from COVID-19, but it does show an association. And in my mind, an association is good enough for us to try to control that which we can control, which is of course your blood sugar level. So then, with that in mind, does the choice of medication that I use to manage my diabetes make a difference from a COVID-19 perspective? And the short answer is no. This is an analysis from France where they did an observational study. They sort of just looked at the people that came into hospital, looked at those who had diabetes, and looked at what medications they were taking and the likelihood of requiring an intensive care unit stay or the likelihood of dying from the COVID-19. And instead of going through all of the various numbers with you, the bottom line is there was no single therapy that stood out as a problem. The therapies where the odds ratios were higher were the ones that we tend to use in people who are older and have had diabetes for longer. So therefore, once you adjust for things like age, male sex, and duration of diabetes, the type of therapy no longer has a significant impact. And in fact, there's some interesting analyses wondering if certain therapies may be beneficial from a COVID-19 perspective, but clearly these are not definitive data. So generally speaking, we would say the choice of drug that you use to manage your diabetes does not impact your outcomes. And there was also some talk at some point about whether certain blood pressure medicines we use a lot, like ACE inhibitors or ARBs, were actually bad from a COVID-19 perspective, and that turned out to be wrong. So therefore, what we've been doing is we've been keeping people on the therapies that we know are good for them in the context of diabetes, and that does not have a negative impact on COVID-19 outcomes. So please stay on whatever therapies you've been started on, because as far as we know, having some semblance of control may very well be good for you. So what can one do to protect themselves, right? We're talking about 30 million cases around the world and a number of cases here at home in Canada. So what can you do to protect yourself? And these are things that you have now heard about for a long time and hopefully have become second nature. This is an analysis looking at physical distancing, face masks, and as well eye protection, which is not something that we typically talk about. But what is the impact of physical distancing, face masks, and eye protection? And this was actually a Canadian-led systematic review and meta-analysis looking at the world literature to get an understanding of the impact of these sort of interventions. And the first intervention they looked at was physical distancing. So does physical distancing help to reduce the likelihood of getting COVID-19 infection? And the answer is a resounding yes. As I'm sure you've heard over this time, the virus does not have wings or legs, as I'm going to steal from the other panelist, Dr. Peter Lynn. So therefore, it needs us to carry it to someone else. So if you're physically apart, then you're not going to be able to carry that virus to another person. And here, without the intervention, then you can see the likelihood of infection was about 12.8%, but with the intervention, the likelihood was much lower. And here they were only using 1 meter as the physical distance that people were keeping apart. What about face masks? Face masks do in fact make a difference. And the reason they make a difference is they still slow down the airflow coming out of your mouth. as you're speaking to someone else. And for them, there's still some sort of physical barrier. Although face masks may not be perfect, and although there are different kinds of face masks out there, for our general purposes out in the public, a face mask can make a difference. And here we're looking at 17.4% without a face mask versus only 3.1% of transmission with a face mask. And then eye protection, that's not something that we tend to talk about a lot. It's more so if you're going to be in a high-risk situation. So certainly when I'm in the office, if I'm seeing patients, if I'm in the hospital and seeing patients, then that's where a face shield does make sense, because you are going to get up close and personal with that person that you're interacting with. And then the other very important part of your control is washing your hands, because it's still mostly our hands touching our face that's going to bring the virus up to our face. So if we have a way of getting the virus off of our hands, even if we had inadvertently picked it up somewhere, then washing our hands frequently is going to be the trick. And this is a website I stumbled upon, which I thought was brilliant. As you know, we're asking for about 20 to 30 seconds of hand washing. So what is 20 to 30 seconds? You're not going to bring a timer with you every time. So at this washyourlyrics.com website, you can actually put in your favorite song, and it will, to the lyrics of that song, sort of match the hand washing motion that you would be at. So then therefore the next time you're washing your hands, you can sing the song to yourself, and then you kind of know at what point you've done the hand washing you need to do. And it's actually a fantastic trick. I'm sure you heard about the Happy Birthday song as one of the ways to do it, but here I plugged in Billie Jean for Michael Jackson, and it was also able to do that as well. So it's something that you can play with to have a little fun to make sure that you are adequately washing your hands. And then the other very important thing that you can do living in Canada is download the COVID Alert app. So the COVID Alert app was put out by the Government of Canada, and it will only work if more people actually download it. And the way it works is that your privacy is completely secure, your personal information is not shared, it is not using GPS, so you are not being tracked. But what it is utilizing is Bluetooth technology, and it's sending random sequences as you travel around. And then when and if somebody does contract COVID-19, then they go back on the app and enter a one-time user code that's also private and secure. And what that does is it's anonymized but sent to the central server, which will then see what other sequences, number sequences, have been in contact with you over the past number of days. And then it will send a notification to those other phones. It does not say who the contact is, it does not say exactly when the contact occurred, but it does say that you have been in close enough contact with someone who has subsequently tested positive, so please go get checked. I personally think there's no harm in downloading this app, and the more people who have the app and the more people who have it on with their Bluetooth on and interacting out in the real world, the greater likelihood that we'll be able to have success with it. And then specifically to diabetes then, what can you do to protect yourself from a diabetes end of things? I think from a diabetes end of things, it's important to remember, and this is true of life, frankly, you have no control over what other people do. You can only control what you do. And there is a lot of anxiety around what's happening, and I know that Dr. Lynn is going to be talking about this in greater detail. However, you have no control over what others do, so therefore concentrate on yourself. And what is it that I can do that's going to help to protect myself? Now, I've already mentioned that blood sugar control may very well be an important component of that. So I think that is something that you can control that's worth doing all the time, but particularly during this time. So things that you can control. You can do social distancing, face masking, and hand washing. You can choose what foods you're going to consume. That's always the case, and during this pandemic, interestingly, more people are eating at home than they probably ever have in the past. You can also choose to do physical activity for the most part, except for perhaps physical limitations, but you can choose to do that and incorporate that into your lifestyle. You can choose to take your medications as they've been prescribed in order to not just control your blood sugar, but your blood pressure, your cholesterol, all of those things that help to reduce your overall risk. And you can choose to test your blood sugar so that you know how you're doing, and so that your healthcare team can also know how you're doing. And in some ways, this moment is actually an opportunity. And that's been an interesting finding during this time for me, is that during this time when going out to eat, traveling for work, doing those sort of things that you were typically doing in the past were no longer possible, it actually was an opportunity for many of my patients to have some me time, to actually have some time that's actually at home, to learn how to cook at home, to figure out a routine where I'm not commuting to work. Maybe I can take that commute time and actually walk on the treadmill or walk around the block. An opportunity to sort of focus on oneself. So if for some people, this has actually been an opportunity. Now, for the essential workers out there who are listening to this, your jobs did not change, as mine did not change and the others who are presenting. However, it was still an opportunity in some ways, at least in terms of not going out to eat, perhaps as much as we used to. So there were still some positives that came out of this. But this moment is perhaps an opportunity, and we can flip that thinking. And the other thing you can do is be prepared. So what does be prepared mean in the context of diabetes? In the context of diabetes, that means understanding and remembering things that you should have known already, but it never hurts to be reminded about something called sick day management. So if you were to get sick with anything, not just COVID-19, but any kind of illness, then it's important that you remain hydrated, you drink lots of water. It's important that you not stop your insulin. So if you are an insulin user, do not stop your insulin when you get sick, especially the long-acting insulin. The short-acting insulin you may need to take less because you're not eating as much. But conversely, you may actually need to take more because when you're sick, your blood sugars can actually go up even though you haven't eaten. So therefore, it's critical that you test your sugars a lot when you are sick. And then there's certain medications that you may temporarily hold when you're very sick and you're not able to eat or drink. And those medications are shown on your right in the gray box. So what I'm showing you here is a pamphlet that comes out of Diabetes Canada that goes over what you can do to stay safe when you are sick with an illness that's nausea, vomiting, or diarrhea, where you can become dehydrated. It talks about checking your sugars a lot. It talks about, if you need to, taking in sources of sugar if necessary to avoid your blood sugars going too low. And it also talks about not stopping your insulin and actually giving yourself extra insulin depending on what your blood sugars look like. The medications that you would need to temporarily hold if you were to get sick are shown on the right in the gray box. And the reason why these are to be held is to avoid a very low blood sugar or to avoid kidney injury from the dehydration. Now, I realize that these names may not be familiar to you, so I would certainly encourage you to speak to your healthcare team, especially your pharmacist, to better understand which of your medications may be ones that should be held if you get acutely ill. And be prepared for low blood sugar. So you're prepared for being ill. You should also be prepared for low blood sugar, because what you don't want to do is have to go to hospital for a low blood sugar, which is something that could have been avoided and could have been treated at home. Now, a low blood sugar is only an issue if you are taking insulin or if you are taking a medicine called sulfonylurea, which are things like gliclazide or glyburide, and you can take a look at your pill bottles at home. If you are taking either insulin or sulfonylurea, there's a potential for a low blood sugar to happen. So you need to know what a low blood sugar feels like. And a low blood sugar is anything under 4 that we would then be considered as too low. And this is what hypoglycemia feels like, or low blood sugar feels like. Shaky, sweaty, hungry. Those are the 3 main ones that I tend to tell people about. But then there's sort of just generally feeling foggy. I'm not quite thinking clearly. I've broken out into a sweat. My hand may be shaking. Those are the symptoms of a low blood sugar. And if that's the case, then you make sure that you test your sugar at the time to confirm that it is in fact low. And if it is in fact low, meaning under 4, then you need to do something about it. And what you do about it is you take in fast sugar. And that fast sugar can come in the form of either dextrose tablets, which you can chew, or honey, but nobody carries around honey. Or you could give a tablespoon of sugar mixed in water, so some of those sugar packets, but mixed in water. Or a juice box, that's pretty easy to carry around, so 2/3 of a cup of juice. Or you could do Lifesavers, or my personal favorite, rocket candies, in order to actually bring the blood sugar up. But you're aiming for 15 grams of that fast sugar, and then it shows that it's 2 rolls of the rocket candy. So therefore, I encourage you, if you have diabetes and you are using one of these medications, is to have some of these supplies in your pocket or in your purse. So therefore, should a low blood sugar happen, you are prepared. But after taking in the fast sugar, the reason you went low in the first place, which is either the medication or the insulin, is still in your body. So therefore, it's then important to retest your blood sugar 15 minutes later to make sure that it's come up to a safe level. And if it's not yet at a safe level, you're going to, again, take the fast sugar. But then, even when it has come up to a safe level, to avoid it dropping down again, because remember, the medication is still in you, you're now going to eat something that has starch or carbohydrate in it, as well as protein, which is going to make it last longer. So things like crackers with cheese or bread with peanut butter or something like that. Or if it's time for your next meal, go ahead and have your meal. So if you are on insulin or an SU, make sure you've got supplies near you to treat a low blood sugar should it happen. And then as well, you want to talk to your doctor about having an emergency kit at home, which your family members could administer to you if you've actually passed out because of the low sugar. If you're awake, you're going to do all the things I just talked about. But if you've actually passed out because of the low sugar, then your family can actually give you therapy to raise the blood sugar. They'll still call 911, but while they're waiting for 911 to show up, there's stuff that they could give you. Now, in some cases, it's an injection in the thigh, but now we also have a nasal spray, which is a lot more user-friendly, and I encourage you that if you have access to the nasal spray, to get one of those. And I have patients who have one at home, and I have patients who then also have one at work, back when people were going to work, because that's another place where they spend a lot of time. And given that it's a nasal spray, it's extremely user-friendly for bystanders to use. Now, some other quick questions that I often get. So if I'm not feeling good, is it still safe to go to the hospital? And the answer to that is a resounding yes. Early on in the pandemic, that was something that was being observed, is that heart attacks were showing up much later than they used to, so people were much sicker. People who were showing up to hospital were much sicker and therefore had more complications, which could have been avoided if people had actually just showed up earlier. And they hadn't showed up earlier because they were scared of COVID-19. The hospitals are actually quite safe places in that you can imagine they've taken into account that some of the people coming in have COVID-19 and some do not. So they've tried their best to separate those tracks. And if you have a reason to go to hospital, please go. Do not wait around at home until you get sicker, because things could actually get considerably worse. The other question I get is, I'm scheduled for an appointment, I have a lab requisition, can I go get my blood done? And the answer again is a resounding yes. And here, of course, I'm talking specifically in Canada. But yes, you can still get your blood work done. Certainly in Ontario, the community labs have remained open throughout this entire pandemic. I would suggest you go online to make an appointment if you can, then that way you're not sitting around waiting in the waiting room. But then you make your appointment, you go in, you get your blood, you go out. You wear your face mask, you wash your hands, you do all the right things, social distance, but the point is get your blood work done. So absolutely, yes, please get that blood work done. How can I prepare for my virtual appointment with my team? For myself, I remember it was a Friday, I was still seeing patients in the office. Saturday, Sunday, I decided, okay, it's time to stop. Came into the office Sunday morning, started calling all of my Monday patients to tell them I'm transitioning to telephone calls. And then boom, after that, my secretary took over and purely phone call based from that point on. And that was around mid-March. So what can you do to better prepare for a virtual appointment with your team? And in the case of diabetes, it actually works very well virtually. It's actually okay that I'm not able to physically see my patients. And most of mine are actually through the phone. But the options that are available now is some people are doing it through online with a visual, and some people are doing it exclusively with telephone. Either one works and works well. Now, this is in the case of diabetes management. This doesn't work for an eye doctor exam, for example, but it does work for many chronic diseases that we may be managing. So what I ask you to do to try to prepare best for your appointments are the following. Please have your medications and your bottles sort of sitting in front of you, ready when you're ready for that phone call. Have your reading glasses nearby, because that's a common one where I may ask them to read me their bottles and then they got to go find the reading glasses. So if you could have your reading glasses nearby, that would be great. Have a pen and paper nearby so you can take notes. Have your pharmacy information. Now, the good news if you have the actual bottles is it's right there on the bottle itself. And then prepare any questions that you may have. Now, this is true of any appointment that you have with any of us, but if you can prepare ahead of time what questions you want, then we can make sure that those 15 minutes are spent in an efficient manner. And then please have your blood sugar readings available. Because if you've done your lab work ahead of time, that's very useful, but your blood sugar readings are also very useful in this context. And how can you get us the blood sugar readings? Well, it depends on how you measure your blood sugars. So if you do use the Libre, which is that patch on the arm, which you can scan either with your phone or with your reader, you can actually connect online through LibreView to that clinic, and then I can then see all of your numbers. And that makes for a much more complete conversation. And if you're on a phone app for the Libre, it's even easier to connect to your practice. So ask about that, look up about that prior to your appointment. If you're on the Dexcom continuous glucose monitoring, then there's a Clarity app that you can use, which can then connect to practice. If you're on a Medtronic system and you're on an insulin pump, and this would be more for those living with type 1, so if you're on an insulin pump, make sure that you've uploaded onto CareLink if you're using Medtronic, or onto Diasend if you're using one of the other ones. So the point is to make sure that you are taking advantage of the connectivity that we now have. And then if you're old school and you're poking your finger, then just take a picture of your logbook, but actually write it down so you have a logbook. And then just take a picture of it. And this is a sample of a picture that one of my patients took and sent it to me. Then that's actually very useful because, again, we can have a much more fruitful conversation if you're prepared in that manner. So is it safe to start new medications during this time? And again, the resounding answer is yes, absolutely it is. During this time of the pandemic, from a diabetes care management perspective, there really has been no change compared to pre-pandemic. I can think of, on one hand, maybe a handful of patients where I've held off on starting insulin only because there were probably cognitive issues, language barrier issues, and all of the above, sort of multiple social issues that really required a face-to-face visit to be able to properly teach the insulin injection. But I can literally count that on one hand. All the other majority, vast majority, 99% of the cases, I've been able to initiate whatever needs to be initiated. So with the help of the diabetes care team, who's doing virtual visits, with the help of the pharmacists, who are also able to interact with the patients, and with the help of myself and over the phone, we've been able to get stuff to happen. And there's great online videos now to show people how to do the very simple injectable therapies that we may start. So absolutely it is safe to start new medications during this time. And then finally, how do I deal with stress? And I'm going to do this very briefly because I know that Dr. Lin is going to talk about it in greater detail. But I'm a firm believer in control what you can and let go of what you cannot. Because if otherwise we focus on things that we have no control over, we're going to drive ourselves nuts because you can't control it. But the things you can are the things that are in this circle. Things I can control is protecting myself. Things I can control is trying to stay as healthy as I can. Things I cannot control, the one I love is the one on the top right corner. I can't control the amount of toilet paper that's at the store. That's controlled, unfortunately, by other people. So for me to stress out about things I can't control is not going to be solvable. And the other very important thing, and this was true of myself early on in the pandemic, I mean, emotionally, it was very difficult. And I realized I just needed to just get out and walk to work. And I live close enough office-wise. So I actually made myself, I came to work every day. It was just me in my office. But I would call patients from the office. So it gave me a routine and it got me out of the house and I walked to work, which I actually haven't done in all the years that I've been here. And it was powerful. I think just getting out, some alone time, I've got my AirPods in, I'm listening to music and I'm able to just calm myself down. So physical activity is actually incredibly powerful. And then having a routine. So I realize many of you need to work from home, but still setting an alarm and getting up at a certain time and having lunch at a specific time and just having a routine of some sort can actually really help as well. And then finally, the power of gratitude. And I'm a firm believer of this as well, right? So just acknowledging the things that you can be grateful for. And we all have things that we can be grateful for, no matter how big or how small. And I think just acknowledging that, recognizing that, and sometimes you just need to say it out loud to yourself in the mirror or write it down just to remind yourself of all the good things that are still happening instead of focusing on all the bad things. And finally, if you're finding that stress is becoming very significant and impacting your life, please talk to your doctor about this. Your team is trained to look at mental health as well, so don't suffer alone. Please reach out. So to summarize, the risk factors that we know about that contribute to more severe COVID-19 are older age, being male, having obesity, having diabetes, and coming from a lower socioeconomic status. For those specifically living with diabetes, there's no increased risk of getting COVID-19, but there is an increased risk of complicated COVID-19. And sugar control is still important. I cannot prove to you definitively that it's going to protect you from more severe COVID-19, but that association is quite apparent. So it certainly doesn't hurt to aim for better blood sugar control. Control what you can. Do the things that you can control and forget about the things that you cannot control. Be prepared, know about sick day management, know how to manage a low blood sugar, and get your blood work done before your appointments. Be prepared for your appointments, and be prepared for anything that may in fact happen from a diabetes perspective. So I want to thank all of you for your attention. And one final thing that I do want you to take away from this, and this is going to be a common theme through the 3 presentations, is the concept of setting goals for yourself. So we sort of talked about the diabetes aspect of things and the relationship with COVID-19. So what you could try to do is to set SMART goals, to set goals that are achievable and measurable, and have a plan as to how you're going to achieve it. And in the case of diabetes and COVID, it may very well be a food-related plan, or it may be a physical activity-related plan, or it may just be a goal to actually take your medications on time. But then setting yourselves a SMART goal is something that I hope all of you will be able to do as well. So thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Cheng. Wow, what a rich source of information. I ask our participants, please take this time to set the SMART goals that Dr. Cheng has suggested. What are you going to do differently at the end of this session? How are you going to maintain your health with diabetes or heart disease? We've learned a great deal today. Please take this time also to send us your evaluation. We need to know what worked, what didn't work. Please send us an email. The email address is healthyheartday@rogers.com. It'll appear at the bottom for you to access. Give us feedback. Give us instructions on what we can do better next time to meet your needs. What worked, what didn't work. We've learned a great deal here today. It gives me hope in these uncertain times that we can take control, take our well-being into our own hands, and remain positive about our health. It gives me great honor to introduce you to Dr. Andrew Pipe. He graduated from Queen's University and was formerly the chief of the Division of Prevention and Rehabilitation at the University of Ottawa Heart Institute. He continues his academic activities within the division. A professor in the Faculty of Medicine at the University of Ottawa, he is currently involved in clinical research assessing novel initiatives to prevent cardiovascular disease, strategies designed to facilitate exercise adoption, approaches to smoking cessation. Dr. Pipe has addressed audiences in 30 countries and is frequently consulted upon for his expertise in issues related to tobacco use and smoking cessation. He's the founding chair of Physicians for Smoke-Free Canada, and he has received honorary degrees from Queen's University, Brock University, and here close to home from University of Guelph. In 2002, he was named to the Order of Canada. Dr. Pipe is currently the chair of the board of Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada. And it is with great pleasure that I introduce you and ask Dr. Pipe to speak to us today.
Greetings from Ottawa. On behalf of the Heart and Stroke Foundation of Canada, it's my pleasure to offer congratulations to Dr. Pandey and all of his colleagues on the occasion of the 16th anniversary of this important conference. I know that the work that you do in the Kitchener-Waterloo area is outstanding, and it's a pleasure to be asked to play a small role in this year's conference. Dr. Pandey asked me if I would make a couple of comments about smoking cessation and physical activity, and I'm pleased to do so. They've both been important areas of my professional career for many years. It's important to recognize that smoking cessation is not only the most powerful preventive intervention we can deliver in clinical practice outside of vaccination, it's also important to understand that in the prevention and management of heart disease, the most important thing we can do for those of our patients who are smokers is to help them stop smoking. And of course, in a year in which COVID-19 has assumed pandemic proportions, it's very, very important for us to understand the implications of smoking behavior on the likelihood of developing COVID-19 infections. And the World Health Organization has reminded us that it's always important to say no to tobacco, but it's even more important in the year of COVID-19, simply because of the risk of COVID-19 being increased in those who are smokers, the likelihood of a much more serious outcome, and a much higher rate of transmission from hand to mouth. And as we'll see in a moment or so, the likelihood of spreading aerosol and droplets is greatly enhanced by individuals who are smokers or who are vapors. Smoking is deadly. More than 8 million people die every year as a consequence of tobacco use. And of course, it makes sense then in the era of COVID-19 infections for us to pay careful attention to this very tenacious addiction, because it is an addiction. And I would ask all of you today to commit never, ever again, in any sentence in which the word smoking appears, to use the word habit. Because to do so would immediately reveal that you do not understand the fundamental mechanisms which impel and maintain this very deadly behavior. You can see from this slide that there are even more sophisticated drug delivery devices on the market today. We call them e-cigarettes or vaping devices. And I showed the slide because it's immediately obvious that individuals who are vaping and producing huge quantities of vapor, which they often very proudly exhale forcefully, are likely to be disseminating virus particles if they in fact are carrying that virus in their system. So very, very obvious reasons why we should be helping individuals stop smoking, even more so during the time of the COVID-19 pandemic. And there is literature from a variety of jurisdictions which demonstrate that in some of those areas, the United Kingdom, for instance, hundreds of thousands of smokers have quit successfully this year, precipitated by their concern about COVID-19. You can appreciate that the moment that you put smoke into your lungs, it causes very considerable damage, irritation, and facilitates the uptake of all kinds of toxicants, infectious agents, chemicals, carcinogens, carbon monoxide, all of which are found in plenty in cigarette and vaping smoke materials. We often fail to recognize that this is, or at least was until recently, outside of the implantable insulin pump, the most sophisticated drug delivery device in our community. And millions of dollars are spent by the tobacco industry to perfect, if that's the correct verb, this device, so that it delivers a precise burst of nicotine as rapidly as possible. And I think this slide also causes us to consider that the real villains in the smoking question, the only villains in the smoking question, are the tobacco and vaping industries. And typically we've placed most of our attention in terms of public policy and in terms of programs and expenditures on helping smokers, as we should, while failing to recognize that it's important that we start to ensure that the tobacco and vaping industries pay a price, a real price, through taxation, licensing fees, permits, et cetera, to compensate society for the unbelievable damage and destruction they are causing. I mentioned that the cigarette used to be considered the most sophisticated drug delivery device. That's been transformed by the arrival of these kinds of devices, which deliver nicotine in concentrations much, much higher than is possible with a conventional cigarette, and which have been so slickly advertised to young people and consumers in the marketplace, such that there's been an explosion in vaping device use, by teenagers and young adults. And of course, the association of flavors and lifestyle advertising has accentuated that epidemic, drawing attention again to the need for all of us to be active, articulate advocates for proper, appropriate control of these products, these devices, and appropriate regulation of their contents, particularly nicotine content and the flavoring substances, which are so attractive to young users. The evidence of these devices as being helpful to help adults stop smokers is mixed, to say the least. The likelihood is that adults who begin using vaping devices or this kind of equipment are much more likely to become users of both cigarettes and these devices in the same day. And there's good evidence that the likelihood of them stopping smoking actually is reduced. So once again, there's a need for thoughtful, forceful regulation of these devices to address the fact that we have now spawned a new epidemic of nicotine addiction amongst a whole new generation of young people who would not otherwise have considered becoming smoking. As clinicians, I think it's important that we recognize that we need to be much more sophisticated and much more systematic in terms of the approaches that we take to help our patients who are smokers. Much of the work that I've been involved with in the past few years has involved the creation and the dissemination of something we call the Ottawa model of smoking cessation, which when used in both hospitals or in primary care or clinic settings has been shown to dramatically increase the likelihood of smoking cessation success. In any environment, it's always important that clinicians recognize the tenacity of the addiction and provides unambiguous and, most importantly, non-judgmental offers of assistance to smokers who are caught up in this very terrible addiction. And I suppose a parting word about smoking cessation would be that smokers should never quit quitting. We know that the likelihood of successful smoking cessation is a reflection of the number of times that an individual has tried to quit smoking in the past. And so I would emphasize that we can help smokers in our families or who are our friends by encouraging them to quit, by being supportive of them when they make quitting attempts. And smokers who feel sometimes that they're never going to be able to stop smoking should know that the number of times they've tried to quit in the past is in fact a powerful predictor of their eventual success. Never quit quitting. And once again, never forget that for the smoker, the most important thing that we can do to prevent or manage cardiovascular conditions is to help them stop smoking. We can manage their blood pressure. We can lower their cholesterol. But if they continue to smoke, the benefits of those other two interventions are never, ever likely to be realized. Well, I noted that one of the other areas of my interest has been physical activity matters. And I want to just talk very, very briefly about physical activity with particular reference to those with heart disease. Many, many years ago, this doctor and scientist said that he had an approach to helping people who had the chest pain caused by angina, which comes from heart disease. And that was that he recognized that individuals who exercised regularly nearly cured themselves of those kinds of complaints as their exercise capacity and tolerance increased. We've known for some time that physical activity provides very dramatic benefits to those who have heart disease, hence our advice and encouragement of physical activity in virtually all forms for those that have heart disease or for our population as a whole to ensure that we minimize the likelihood of heart disease developing. We know from the work that was developed by this pioneering scientist who looked at the rates of heart disease amongst the drivers of double-decker buses in London and those who sold the tickets in the double-decker buses. That latter group climbed the equivalent of a 40-story building 11 times a day as they went up and down the stairs in these London buses to sell the tickets to the passengers that were contained within. The evidence was quite striking. The likelihood of developing heart disease was much, much lower in those who exercised regularly, climbing the stairs, in this case in the buses, irrespective of their weight, their blood pressure, their smoking status, their socioeconomic status, or their diet, simply because the individuals in this study were individuals from the same kind of communities with the same kind of behaviors, and yet the evidence of physical activity being protective was so compelling. Put another way, it's important to be physically active because by being physically active, you can outrun the Grim Reaper. And you don't have to walk very quickly to outrun the Grim Reaper. We know that if you can walk at a speed of more than 2 miles an hour, and you do that on a regular basis, you're much less likely to have a cardiovascular death or have premature mortality than those individuals in our society who are sedentary. So that's a very, very powerful message. And we want to encourage individuals to be exercising in a way that is enjoyable, that is brisk, that is moderate, and that is regular. Important news, I think, or pardon me, the sad news I share with the absolute majority of my patients, and I tell them this way, is I have some very bad news for you today. You're not going to make the Olympic team. And you don't have to become an athlete in order to derive the benefits of being physically active. And this slide just makes the point that if you walk regularly, you are able to enhance your health and derive the benefits of that kind of physical activity. Well, how hard should I work? Clinicians often say, how do I prescribe physical activity? Our patients often say, how can I monitor the intensity of my physical activity to ensure that I'm deriving all of the benefits? And there are some very, very simple ways to do this, which my colleague, Dr. Jennifer Reed, and I wrote about in an article some 2 or 3 years ago. We can prescribe or advise exercise very simply by saying, just simply exercise so that your heartbeat reaches a rate that is 20 to 30 beats over that which you experience when you are resting. A very simple, safe, and very accurate formula to allow individuals to derive the benefits of physical activity. Many individuals might like to just see how far they can walk in 6 minutes or 12 minutes. And as they continue to walk on a regular basis, note that the degree to which their ability to walk over 6 or 12 minutes improves considerably in terms of the distance that is achieved. But let me talk a little bit about, in addition to the 6-minute walk test, something that is even more powerful, more simple, and more straightforward. When you are exercising, if you still have enough breath to have a simple conversation with somebody that might be walking or exercising with you, you know that you are in precisely the right level of exercise to derive optimal cardiovascular benefit and to do so safely. And that conversation is not, what do you think about the balance of payments given the NAFTA renegotiation treatment and the economic impact on industry in Canada given the decline? It's not that kind of conversation. It's simply something like, do you think the Maple Leafs will ever win the Stanley Cup again? So the talk test is something all of us, healthcare professionals, those who have heart disease, or those who just want to exercise regularly to prevent the likelihood of heart disease, can take to heart, if you'll pardon the pun, very simply and very straightforward. We want our patients to wear out. We don't want them to rust out. And as our population ages, it's very, very important that all of us understand that being physically active on a daily or near daily basis in an appropriate manner will be the difference between being able to live independently in years to come, to be able to feed yourself, bathe yourself, care for yourself, clothe for yourself, or requiring admission to a care facility. And once again, in an era where we're all aware of the issues that surround COVID-19 and longer care facilities, being able to live in one's own home or in an environment of one's own choosing is very, very important. And physical activity can assure us a greater likelihood of that reality. So when I talk to my patients and colleagues about physical activity, I talk about the 3 F's: fun, feasibility, and forever. Because if something isn't enjoyable, it's not going to be practiced. If it's not feasible, it's also not going to be practiced. But if it's fun and can be incorporated into one's own lifestyle or life circumstances, then you can very enjoyably be physically active forever. And you can use the talk test to assess whether or not you're exercising at an intensity appropriate and safe to ensure cardiovascular good health. I also say to all of my patients that we all have 2 physicians, our right leg and our left. and we would all benefit from a daily appointment with both of those two physicians on most days of the week for at least 30 minutes or so. Put even more simply, in another way, in the words of the world's greatest exercise physiologist, the most important approach to exercise can be simply expressed as take your dog for a walk every day, even if you haven't got a dog. I hope this information has been of some help. And for those of you that have been involved in exercise programs in the past or want to learn more about approaches to physical activity and exercise, let me guide you to this website at our institution, which contains a whole array of resources that will be of interest for those involved in physical activity pursuits or who want to try to become more physical activity in the days and weeks ahead. I'll leave this slide on the screen for a moment. As I also say, I want to thank you again for the opportunity to be with you today. And I want to, on behalf of the Heart and Stroke Foundation, once again, extend my congratulations to Dr. Pandey and his colleagues and all who have been involved in creating this very vibrant, ongoing program, now in its 16th year and now being delivered to presumably an even greater audience as a consequence of the fact that the program is being delivered virtually, therefore not only enhancing its range and its reach, but also its relevance. Thank you very much from Ottawa for allowing me to join you today. Congratulations to you all and best wishes for a very, very successful conference.
Thank you, Dr. Pipe, for your words of wisdom and strategies that we can all adopt to stay healthy during this challenging time. I think we can all take a wellness break at this point. Let's get up and stretch and put into action the motivation we have gotten from our previous speakers. Please welcome our wellness coach for this morning, Natasha Payne, a yoga instructor, Ayurvedic specialist, and the founder-owner of Fusion Movement in Cambridge, Ontario. She'll get us moving, breathing, and maybe even help me touch my toes finally. Remember, as you're going through and learning from Natasha, please set SMART goals as to how you can incorporate what she's teaching us into your healthy lifestyle.
Namaste. Welcome to this short guided meditation. Let's come into a cross-legged position and either be seated on a pillow or a cushion, rolled up blanket, or even a yoga block is great. Now, sitting on the floor is not an option for you. You can be seated on a chair, but make sure that you're not leaning against the back end of the chair and that your feet can be firmly planted on the earth. So let's come into a comfortable seat. Let's roll the shoulders up to the ears, and as we exhale, let's slide them down and back. And let your hands relax on your thighs or in your lap, and allow your eyes to gently close now. Now, even though the eyes are closed, I'd like you to roll them up as if you're looking to the space between the eyebrows, the seat of your intuition. Now bring all your attention, your focus and concentration to the movement of your in-breath and out-breath. And see if you can just witness your own breath here, something we do so automatic every moment of the day, just becoming a little bit more conscious and aware of this movement of in-breath and out-breath. Now, if you find that your mind keeps being pulled into thoughts that may enter your awareness, please know that this is normal. But every time your mind tries to go into a story, bring your mind back to the movement of the breath. And you can add a visualization. So visualize the in-breath rising up the body, filling you from the bottom to the top. When you're ready to breathe out through your nose, feel the downward movement of the breath. And just continue to visualize this movement of rising and falling, like the primordial rhythm of the ocean, the ebb and flow. And feel yourself dropping in more into the present moment. Now see if we can slow down that breath just a little bit more. See if you can breathe in for 4 counts. Hold the breath for 4 counts. And then gently breathe out for 4 counts. And then stay in that breathless state for 4 counts. This is known as the 4-part yogic breath or box breathing. Breathing in gently through the nose for 4 counts. Holding the in-breath for 4 counts. Gently breathing out for 4 counts. Staying in that breathless state for 4 counts. Now do that 2 more rounds at your own pace here. Notice how this breathing stabilizes the nervous system, as well as the mind and the body. One more round, gently breathing in, let your body expand. Master your life force by being able to hold that in-breath. Slowly letting the breath go. And then see if you can stay in that breathless state. Now gently, I'd like you to shift your awareness to the center of your chest where your heart is. The heart gives rise to emotions, to feelings, to memory. So see if you can hone into the heart right now. And as you breathe in, breathe into the heart space and feel your heart expanding. And as you breathe out, just feel the heart drawing in, symbolizing the need for time to do self-inquiry, reflection, contemplation, time for quiet time. It's said that the heart has a gentle whisper and is always whispering the truth for you. So let's bring your hands together in prayer position at the heart and allow your forehead to bow into the heart. And this is a beautiful symbol of the heart bowing into the supreme intelligence of your heart. And when the heart and the mind and the heart work together, they arrive into what is known as entrainment or coherent state, which allows us to be in a state of flow and ease. So may you take time each day to hone into the intelligence of your heart so that you can experience greater states of balance, peace, joy, and compassion. Namaste.
I was okay to go home. It's a good thing I trusted my own instincts because something was really wrong.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm Dr. Shekhar Pandey, and for my section of this presentation, I'll be talking to you about how we can stay heart healthy during this pandemic and beyond. At the beginning of this broadcast, I started by talking about the fact that we're living in the course of this pandemic and we need to address the elephant in the room. Well, that elephant, unfortunately, is a very nasty virus that has had a huge impact on the health of Canadians and really worldwide. And in a very short period of time, in a few months, the deaths from this virus have started to catch up with other chronic illnesses, rates of deaths with cancers, heart attacks, heart disease. So this virus has had an enormous impact on the health and well-being of Canadians and really individuals around the world. Remember at the beginning when this virus started, we all kept hearing about that concept of flatten the curve. It was a brand new concept for all of us, even for many of us in the healthcare system. That concept really is about the idea that we need to reduce the number of people that get ill with this virus at any given time. If the whole population got sick at the same time with this virus, it would overwhelm our healthcare system. We just could not cope with massive numbers of people getting sick, requiring ventilators and ICUs. We didn't have that capacity. So our public health departments kept emphasizing to us strategies to flatten the curve. Those are simple strategies: washing our hands, wearing a mask, avoiding contact with unnecessary people, social distancing, not touching our faces, staying home when we're sick. All of those were simple, personal changes in our behavior that we could make as individuals, as citizens, to keep ourselves healthy, our friends, family, and our community healthy. And I have to say, I'm really proud of the efforts that Canadians have put into this effort to flatten the curve. We could have had a massive epidemic right at the beginning that would have overwhelmed our ICUs. We didn't. We actually coped very well. The system coped, and we need to continue those efforts so we don't face another round of healthcare system being overwhelmed. One of the most important parts of the effort to flatten the curve is the idea of social distancing. Again, this was a brand new concept for many of us. The idea of social distancing comes from the fact that the number of people we interact with each day impacts the number of people we can potentially catch the virus from or transmit the virus from. If we had no social distancing, with the way this infectious virus transmits, one person with this virus with no social distancing within 30 days could potentially infect over 400 people. With appropriate social distancing, where we interact with less people each day, we can reduce the number of people that would be infected by this virus from one person from 400 to less than 3 in 30 days. That would be a huge achievement to reduce the transmission of this virus throughout our community. Other strategies that have been shown to reduce the transmission of the COVID-19 virus include physical distancing. That's a concept sometimes people confuse with social distancing. Social distancing, remember, referred to the idea, the number of people we interact with in any given day. Who is within our bubble? Is it just our immediate family that lives with us at home? Or is it other people that we're interacting with? And the number of people we interact with or that we include within our bubble can change depending on the rate of transmission within the population. As the rate of transmission is very high, suggestions are to limit the number of people we contact to our immediate family members. As rates go down, we increased our social bubbles to include others, perhaps up to 10 other people. If rates are very low, 50, 100. But as rates pick up again, we again shrink our bubble back down to our immediate family if necessary. So that's the concept of social distancing. Physical distancing literally refers to how far apart you are from someone you don't know, someone who is not part of your bubble. And for this virus, we know that the particle transmission, it may be best to stay about 2 meters or 6 feet apart from someone that is not within your bubble. And that type of physical distancing can potentially reduce the rate of transmission from 13% down to under 3%. Other suggestions have included the idea of wearing face masks, particularly indoors, but sometimes even outdoors if we're going to be in large crowds where we cannot appropriately physically distance. And wearing an effective face mask, again, can reduce the rate of transmission from one person to another from about 18% down to 3%. Think about that. A simple cloth mask can reduce the transmission from 18% down to 3%. A huge impact of a very cheap intervention. For some people, eye protection may also be required. That's that face shield that you sometimes see. Certainly in healthcare providers, when we're in close contact with people where there is the risk that particles could be in the air and then get into our eyes, it is suggested that we wear that shield in front. Dentists, but also people who have immunocompromised states or where they're not able to effectively wear a mask, adding that layer of plastic in front of our face may help to reduce that transmission as well. So these measures can reduce the transmission and progression of this virus through our community. This virus unfortunately impacts the most vulnerable the worst. And among the people that are the most impacted by this virus are people with cardiovascular disease, patients who've had heart attacks, strokes, other heart illnesses are impacted by this virus as much as 3 times, 300% more risk from having this virus, contracting a serious illness and potentially even dying from this virus compared to the general population. But even people who are at risk, have risk factors like diabetes or high blood pressure, who don't actually have heart disease yet, even they're much more impacted by this virus than the general population. So particularly for people with heart disease or those at risk for heart disease, it is very essential that they, their families, those that they're in contact with, adhere to the public health recommendations to reduce the transmission of this virus and keep themselves safe and protected at this serious time that we're in. And we know that people who have heart disease have among the highest risk of dying if they contract this virus. Someone with cardiovascular disease, heart attack, bypass surgery, stents, strokes, have as much as a 10.5%, 11% risk of dying if they catch this virus. 1 in 10 heart patients could die if they catch this virus. That is an incredible number. It's really important we keep our heart patients protected effectively. Compared to any other chronic illness, this virus hits heart patients the hardest. It also hits other chronic disease state patients, diabetics, people with lung conditions, people with high blood pressure, cancers, the immunocompromised, people with AIDS, or people on immunosuppressants. So there's various people that are impacted, but heart patients are impacted the hardest. And that's really why we focused our discussions today on the impact of this virus in the cardiovascular system and why Healthy Heart Day focused on the COVID-19 pandemic. The impact of this virus, though, is not just on the transmission and the infection that it has in heart patients. It actually has impacted our ability to deliver care and manage heart patients. As a result, people have been often staying at home, as we've suggested to them. That means that they're often becoming more sedentary. They're not doing as much physical activity as they did before. Our eating habits have changed. We're often not going out to get fresh foods. We're eating canned foods, foods with a lot more calories, fats, salt, carbohydrates. All of those types of things can impact our cardiovascular health. There was a concern about shortage of medications, and so pharmacies were sometimes only dispensing 30 days worth of medications, and sometimes patients struggled to make sure that they didn't run out of their medication or struggled to get their medications on time. Many people have faced enormous financial stress at this time because of loss of job or the number of hours they're working, and that financial stress sometimes impacts their ability to fill their prescriptions or to stay healthy, continue to do things that they enjoy. The stress that we're all going through has an enormous impact on our health. And finally, many people have been so scared by this virus that they're not venturing out to do the tests that are required to keep them healthy. They're not getting their blood tests on time. They're not keeping up with their follow-up appointments with their physicians and healthcare providers. And in emergency circumstances, they're not showing up when they need to get care that's required. So this virus has impacted not just directly the cardiovascular system, but heart patients through various changes that have happened to behavior throughout our society. One of the things that many of us in the healthcare system have been particularly alarmed by is the amount of misinformation, or what people call fake news, that's out there throughout the community. On social media, on the web, a lot of nonsense, unproven, untested, and potentially dangerous strategies have been propagated. Please make sure you seek medical information from reliable sources. Talk to your healthcare provider before you start down a pathway of treating this or any other illness with unproven strategies. Misinformation can be as dangerous as this virus itself. And so one of the things that has been part of the misinformation is that patients have chosen not to go to the emergency department because they're so scared. There's a whole scare on the web. Don't go to the hospital. Don't go to ER because you're going to get sick when you go to the emergency room. as much as 40% reduction in ER visits in the last few months. And that's a big concern. People with heart attacks, strokes are staying home, not getting the care because they're so worried about this virus. Well, I can tell you, all of us in the healthcare system have put a lot of effort to develop strategies to keep people safe if they go to the emergency room. If you need care and you go to the ER, we will keep you safe, we will keep you separated from other people so that your risk of transmission, should there be a patient with COVID-19 in the ER, is very low. Don't avoid treatment that's necessary to prevent an emergency situation. Unfortunately, many people have avoided that, and that delay in presenting to the emergency department has resulted in an enormous increase in deaths, not just from this virus alone, but from other conditions. We're seeing people dying of heart attacks at a higher rate at home, strokes, other chronic illnesses that we have effective treatment strategies for. People are not showing up and getting the care that they need. Again, I implore you, if you are feeling sick, you think you're having an acute cardiac event, please seek the care that you need. As a result of this, we need to remember, though, that the leading cause of death and disability in our society in North America remains heart disease. More people will die of heart attacks and strokes this year than any other cause in North America, regardless of this virus. So please do not ignore your heart health. Again, if you think you're having a heart attack, you're having chest pain, you're having trouble breathing, you're having pain in your arm, back, neck, jaw, that could be a heart attack. If you think you're having a heart attack, call 911, go to the emergency department by paramedics, by EMS. Effective treatment will be delivered, and the emergency room will put every effort to keep you protected from anyone else in the community, in the hospital. Similarly, if you think you're having a stroke, your arm is becoming numb, it's becoming weak, you're having trouble moving, your face is drooping, you're having trouble speaking, trouble swallowing, you're becoming confused, all of those are potential warning signs of a stroke. Your brain could be damaged. Again, if you think you're having a stroke, please do not stay at home. Call 911, get to the emergency department, get the help you need. We have strategies to keep you safe. Your heart is important to you. Your cardiologists are here for you. Cardiac care never stops. I really emphasize that message. Other parts of changes that have occurred in society, though, because of this virus, includes, as I said, how sedentary and housebound we've become. Remember before the virus, there was whole talk about standing desks and how we could change our work by having desks that we could stand at, and that would allow us to be more mobile and increase physical activity at work. Great idea. Now that many of us are working from home, we've gone from a standing desk to a reclining desk. We're in bed most of the time. People are working from their bed or their couch, and we are becoming couch potatoes. And the amount of physical activity we're getting in any given day has gone down substantially just in the few 6 months that this virus has been in our communities. The social distancing that we've emphasized that have been essential to reducing the transmission of this virus also means, though, that people that rely on physical activities like walking, biking, sports, gyms to stay active aren't often doing those activities to socially distance. So the amount of activity they're getting has been reduced substantially. Equally concerning, as I said, is because we're often working from home, we're actually sitting and reclining and resting all the time during our workday. So we need to develop effective strategies to continue to maintain our fitness levels even as we try to socially distance. We must find ways of incorporating physical activity even at times of social distancing. While social isolation measures are necessary, our bodies, our minds still need exercise to function well, to prevent weight gain, keep our spirits up in these challenging times that we're going through. Exercise, in fact, might even help to fight the coronavirus by strengthening our immune system, making us less susceptible and better able to recover should we come down with this virus. So let's talk about some of the benefits of physical activity, particularly during a pandemic. Physical activity, we know that people who are physically active live longer, have lower rates of heart disease. And inactivity, staying sedentary, resting all the time, is an important risk factor, just as high blood pressure, smoking, or cholesterol is. So here are some of the benefits that we know exercise can give us. At this time of stress and anxiety, exercise is actually a very effective strategy to reduce stress and anxiety. Stress and anxiety results in our body producing adrenaline and cortisol, what we call stress hormones. And those hormones are most effectively reduced by exercise, by burning them off. Exercise, in fact, releases other chemicals in your brains like serotonin and endorphins that improve your mood, reduce depression, reduce cognitive decline, and in some studies might actually relay or delay the onset of dementia. So it is very important that for our mental health, we exercise effectively. As I said, physical activity might actually improve our immune system, make our immune system, our ability to fight infections, fight illnesses stronger. And chronic illnesses can be reduced with adequate physical activity. It shouldn't come as a surprise that regular physical activity, when paired with a balanced diet, helps maintain weight so we don't gain weight. And we know that excess weight is associated with higher risks of diabetes, heart disease, stroke. So effective physical activity, when combined with an effective diet, can help to reduce these chronic illnesses that continue to increase as we've tried to battle this virus in the background. But there are certain individuals where this virus can be so dangerous: the extreme elderly, people with chronic illnesses like heart disease, lung disease, cancers, people with HIV, people at very high risk, or those that have been told to shelter in place. They should avoid gyms. For them, the gym is closed. We should then be exercising at home or in our neighborhoods in ways that we can still socially distance, keep ourselves protected, but get some physical activity in. And we're going to talk about some of those strategies in the next few minutes. So what does it mean to be physically active during social isolation? How much exercise do we need? Well, the World Health Organization recommends that we get at least 150 minutes of moderate intensity exercise every week, or 75 minutes of more vigorous exercise. And that should be coupled with at least 2 more days of strength training exercises, making our muscles stronger. But ultimately, any activity is better than none. And the more active we are, the more physically engaged we are, the better the health benefits, both physical and mental. Just do something. Don't be sedentary, don't be sitting or resting all day. There are ways that we can start thinking about incorporating physical activity during social isolation and distancing. So for example, take regular breaks from sitting in front of that computer or that tablet. Every 20, 30 minutes, get up, walk around, stretch, take breaks when you need to, even when you're stuck at home. That can include going for a brief walk around the house, take some fresh air in on the balcony, in the garden, or play with your dog, your family. If you are working for prolonged periods of time, think about developing that standing desk that we talked about earlier. You don't have to spend a fortune, just get a bunch of books, pile them up on the desk, put your laptop on top of that. Sometimes have the laptop up there, sometimes move it down to the desk itself. It allows you to sit, stand, just that change in posture from sitting to standing, incorporating a few steps into our activity can help. Stairs. Using stairs is an extremely time-efficient way to maintain fitness. As little as just 3 20-second fast stair climbs a day can improve fitness in just 6 weeks. If you live in an apartment, for example, elevators, we can be a little bit uncomfortable about how are we going to socially distance there. If it's possible, take the stairs. Take the 1 or 2 flights that if you can, if your hips and joints allow. But when you are taking the stairs, try to avoid unnecessarily holding the rails if you can to again reduce the transmission of the virus to your hands. Internal stairs within your house, if you have 1 or 2 flights from the basement to the first floor or second floor, taking that up and down a few times a day again can improve fitness in a very short period of time and can allow us to do that at home without the need for going to gyms and other places. Certainly, we've talked about the fact that not only do we want aerobic activity, but we also want some strength training activity during this time of isolation. And there are ways that you can use your own body weight to strengthen your muscles. So for example, wall push-ups, where you're literally pushing against the wall and pulling back, is again a very effective strength training exercise where you don't need to buy weights and other equipment. Sit-ups, again a very effective exercise to strengthen our muscles. And planking, where you're on the floor and literally holding your weight up with your muscles. You're using your own body weight as a way to strengthen your muscles. Twice a week, 2 to 4 sets of 8 to 15 repetitions of these types of exercises can improve our muscle strength and help us stay healthy. But make sure you take 2 or 3 minute rest between the sets to give your muscles a chance to recover. In fact, there was a very interesting study from England a few years back. This British study published in 2017 showed that home-based strength exercises using your own body weight, such as push-ups, sit-ups, planks as we talked about, can be as important and effective as aerobic exercises or more strenuous exercises in a gym if we do them repeatedly and consistently. So, use your home as a way to stay fit. We don't need to spend a fortune to do that. There are all sorts of other ideas to stay active during social isolation and social distancing. It's time to just dance the COVID-19 blues away. It's making us all sad and at times anxious. And we know that dancing is actually a very effective exercise. There's an increasing number of live concerts that are being streamed. Use the stress-releasing magic of music and dance at home like nobody's watching. Most likely nobody is. Dancing is a very effective way to protect your heart, maintain fitness. And in fact, dancing has been shown to achieve moderate, even high intensity levels of physical activity, sometimes as high as we see in HIIT exercise, high intensity physical training exercises. It also has benefits. Dancing has mental health benefits. The music, the camaraderie, if there's somebody at home with you that you can dance with, all of them can help our mental health. Social distancing is actually also a good opportunity to do other things at home, like playing with our children, our four-legged friends, our pets. Again, bonding with them and just getting some activity with them. But maybe it's also time to use this opportunity that we're at home to do physical activity that involves cleaning and projects that we've put off. Any activity you do that involves your muscles, movement, staying active, counts towards physical fitness. Gardening, go for walks around your house, in your neighborhood. Find ways of incorporating physical activity that can still be socially distanced, but keep your heart, your muscles, your body healthy. So, remind me again, why do I keep coming back to this idea that we need to avoid sedentarism and the amount of sitting and relaxing we're doing at home? Well, the end goal of this is that during this social isolation, we know that other illnesses are still progressing. Physical and mental health illnesses are progressing. And by sitting all the time, relaxing all the time, some of these illnesses continue to propagate. Moving is a very important mechanism to maintain our body's fitness. But remember, whatever exercise you choose to do, stretch afterwards. We want your muscles given a chance to recover. When we talk about any activity we choose to do, we want to set SMART goals. So what does that term mean? You've heard other speakers today talked about those. So SMART goals are the idea that you need to set a goal that you can achieve. Don't set yourself up for failure. So SMART is actually a acronym for the idea of specific. Make the task very specific. For example, for physical activity, make it the idea that you're going to do 10 minutes of a physical activity every day, or 30 reps of an exercise a day. So make it very specific that you can count it out. Make it measurable. Again, 10 minutes. So use a stopwatch on your phone, your watch, to make sure you're getting to that 10 minutes. Count out the steps or the reps that you're going to do. Make it measurable and achieve that measurable goal. Make it achievable. If you have been sedentary for a while, it may not be appropriate to suddenly do 45 minutes of exercise at a brisk pace. So maybe you need to start off slower. Start with 5 minutes a day, then go up to 10, 15, so on. Make it achievable. Make it relevant. Is physical activity relevant to you? Well, I think fighting off the coronavirus is pretty relevant for all of us. And as I've talked about, physical activity can boost our immune system, keep us healthy both from this virus and other chronic illnesses. And make it time-based. What does that mean? Well, set a specific time that you're going to achieve that. Daily and weekly goals on a time frame. You need to complete X number, 10 number of reps in a day. You want to do it 5 times a week, so X number of times per week. Make it time-based so you know what you've set your goal for. You can achieve it. That's a smart goal you can achieve to keep yourself healthy and keep your heart healthy. Certainly, eating is a very social activity. We always enjoy eating with others, with our friends and family. And at this time of social isolation where we're being separated from others, it is actually really important that we find ways of eating together. Eating meals with others is a very healthy form of eating. And even with physical distancing, we have people within our bubble, our family, our immediate people, our friends that we're living with, our roommates, that we can eat together. So spend some of that mealtime together with people you live with. Eating meals with friends, family, and roommates that are in our immediate bubble is a very effective way to enjoy the meal, that mindful eating that we were talking about. But it also allows you to connect with people and allows you to share concerns, anxieties, discuss whatever you're feeling that day when you're at that table. So eat with others within your bubble. Similarly, cook with others within your bubble. Involving other people at home in your household in planning and preparing meals can help nurture healthy eating habits, particularly for the young, but even for the old like me. Using this time at home with your kids, your immediate family members that are with you in planning and preparing meals can help them develop important food skills to learn more about the importance of healthy eating from a young age. But always follow safe preparation methods, particularly if you think you're developing symptoms of this virus. If you think you're feeling sick, you're feeling febrile, feverish, avoid contact with others at that time. Avoid preparing foods for others or with others. Isolate even within your bubble if you think you're getting sick. For some of us, we're actually so isolated that we're living alone during this time. And that can be particularly challenging, particularly at times when we're having meals, when we have previously eaten together at restaurants or other facilities. If you live at home, alone at home, are self-isolating, preparing and sitting down at a meal can be really a lonely experience. Here are some ideas to think about. Try a new recipe. Change it up a bit. There's a lot of really cool recipes on the web. It gives you just that variety that might make it more interesting for that meal. Always choose a comfortable place to eat. Eating, again, standing on the fly will make you not pay attention, not be mindful of your meal, and not enjoy it as much. Play music while you're eating. Again, gives you that relaxation that you might get from social engagement. And plan a virtual mealtime. You know, we've all learned how to navigate these virtual venues like Zoom and Microsoft Teams and these other ways of connecting with others. So plan a virtual mealtime with your friends and family and eat together virtually. There are ways to stay socially connected even when you're alone at home. But be careful and be aware of stress eating. Boredom and stress eating is a very common practice anytime, but particularly right now. Our best defense against it is to admit that it's happening and to try productively to channel that boredom, anxiety into something more productive. It could be just as simple as venting to your friend or family, writing down your feelings, or diving into a good book. Keep yourself distracted from the stress that you're dealing with. And reduce the risk of eating poorly by not purchasing foods that are full of empty calories, fats, carbs, or processed foods in the first place. So that way, if you don't have it at home, you can't reach for it when you are stressed or bored. Instead, stock up on healthy snacks, fruits, vegetables, nuts, low-fat cheese. There will be still times when you feel anxious, you will feel stressed, and you will need that snack now. Well, make it a healthy snack that you can turn to if you do feel that need to get that snack immediately. Certainly, other parts that are important during this time is to ensure that we're all getting adequate sleep during isolation. I do truly love sleep. Sometimes I don't get enough of it. Good sleep is essential for our overall health. It helps our body heal overnight, manage stress, and strengthen our immune system again. The amount of sleep depends on the age, what other activities they do, but in general, for people between the ages of 18 to 60, we say you should try to get about 7 hours or more of sleep each night. That can sometimes be challenging, particularly when you're under stress, but it is important then to develop ways of dealing with that stress so you can get good sleep. And I talk about creating headspace. Create a calm corner, a place of the home where you can be, which is free of other distractions or other things that will make you anxious. Maybe just have a speaker there where you can listen to music, but keep other technologies like phones and tablets and computers away from it so that you're not being bombarded with information or noise that can make it harder to stay calm, get you set up to sleep properly. And go to that place a few times a day, but particularly before going to sleep, so you can calm yourself down, relieve some of that stress and anxiety, and get yourself ready for sleep. Certainly for some people, yoga and meditation are great tools for managing stress, and they can be done in small spaces, even if you're stuck in a small apartment at home. There may be local studios that are streaming guided classes online. Again, check that out. There are also a number of apps for virtual mindfulness training and therapy. We have vetted some of them, and you can look at our website, cambridgecardiaccare.com, for some apps that we thought are effective in that strategy, but there's a number of ways that even when you're isolated, you can get access to both yoga and meditation training. So seek that out if that's something that might be helpful for you to manage stress. The goal of all of this is to maintain a positive attitude during social isolation and distancing. And while the tactics we've discussed are necessary during the pandemic, people are feeling very anxious, fearful, depression and loneliness is increasing. And we need to recognize those feelings and develop ways of staying positive and healthy. So here are some strategies. 1, create a routine. It can help bring order and purpose to daily tasks. But be sure to include some healthy parts to that routine, like exercise, eating healthy, meditating, stress management components. Make sure you incorporate some time within that routine for healthy pastimes. Stay connected virtually. While I've stressed that we want to reduce the amount of time we're having screen time and the noise that we're getting from the internet and other unreliable sources, the technology can actually allow us through a phone or video call to a friend or family to stay connected even if we're socially distanced. Have a conversation, discuss your feelings with others, relieve that sadness or anxiety by venting or at least discussing and getting that out there. It's actually a great opportunity to find a new hobby. Many of us are now stuck at home, we're not going out, we're not going to work as much, or working from home. It's actually an opportunity to learn a hobby that you've thought about, a skill that you've had an interest in but never had the opportunity to explore. like painting, baking, building that project that you put off for many years. Some of those skills can be taught by your friends and family through video calls, or there are a number of online classes that you could think about taking. Find a hobby, keep yourself engaged, and stay positive. Discuss experiences of feeling lonely, sad with your friends and family so that they can help you help yourself. I know for many of us, keeping a daily gratitude journal where we write down what we're grateful for, again, can remind us that even at times of stress, when it feels like the world is just chaos, there are some great things that are happening. What are you grateful for? I know I'm grateful for so many things. My family, my wife, my kids, my parents, my extended family, my friends, people I work with. To me, people are what give me great gratitude, why I am so thankful for the life I lead. Figure out what you're grateful for that day. Write it down. It'll remind you when you read that journal, life is not as dire as we sometimes think it is. And practice mindfulness and relaxation exercises so you can bring the stress levels down, bring those stress hormones down that we talked about. Stay positive. We will get through this. So, let's talk a final few tips for staying physically healthy during this time. Fuel your body by eating a healthy, balanced diet and drink plenty of water. Aim to get 7 to 8 hours of sleep each night. Don't go to bed too late. Don't distract yourself beforehand with the phone or tablet. All of those things can disturb your sleep. Maybe read a good book before you go to sleep. Find a way of getting dedicated sleep time in an effective manner. And exercise every day. As I've talked about throughout this presentation, we're becoming very sedentary at this time. We're stuck at home, not out in parks or gyms or other places as much. And so as a result, the amount of physical activity has gone down substantially. Find ways of staying physically active each day at home. And take a breath. Stretch. Let your muscles relax. Our muscles become very tense during times of anxiety and stress. That can cause pains and aches, but also fuel stress and anxiety itself. Take a deep breath. Learn relaxation techniques. Stretch often. And avoid risky or destructive behaviors such as abusing alcohol, drugs, excessive gambling, or ignoring public health recommendations. If your community's recommendations are to social distance to a certain number, avoid certain numbers of crowds, stay at home, whatever the recommendations are, heed them. We need to stay safe during this time. And if possible, spend time outside, such as going for a walk in the park, but follow the social distancing guidelines of your community. And let's talk a final few tips about your mental health. Set and maintain a routine at home. Routines allow us to stay grounded. As we talked about, come up with how you're going to spend that day. Clock it out. I'm going to spend 30 minutes doing this, an hour doing that. Write it out, but make sure part of that routine includes healthy things like exercise, eating appropriately, stress management, meditation, whatever will help you keep grounded. Focus on things you can control. There are things that are completely out of our control. Much of what's happening with this virus, you and I personally cannot change and control. But there are things that I can do to maintain my health. Staying fit, eating appropriately, getting good sleep, managing stress, all of those things can strengthen my immune system to fight off this virus, as well as other chronic illnesses like heart disease. So focus on what you can control. Use technology sparingly, but use it appropriately to stay connected socially with your loved ones. Consider a regular check-in schedule to give you something to look forward to where you can discuss with your family and friends. We've set up in our own family a weekly connection with our extended family so we all can connect through social connections, through online connections, and get to discuss what's happening in other people's lives so everybody knows and can help each other. Find ways of doing that for yourself. Focus your thoughts on the present and things to be grateful for today, as I said. I'm grateful for many things, and I need to keep reminding myself just how great my life is right now. And even though I'm stressed, even though there's so much happening in our world, there's so much that I'm grateful for each day. Remember that and focus your thoughts when you're starting to get distracted and bombarded by the noise in our society right now. Listen to music or read a good book. Find ways again of reducing the amount of stress you're feeling. And beyond that, seek reliable news sources that report facts and avoid media that sensationalizes emotions. Sometimes you just have to limit your exposure or take a break from news and social media if you find that it's making you anxious, making you stressed. And make sure you're not following sources of information that are unreliable, particularly health information that's unreliable. If there is a weird strategy for prevention of any disease that you come across on the web, you're not sure if it's truly real, seek information from your healthcare provider. Vet it with them. Ask them, is this something I should do to keep myself healthy from this virus or from my diabetes or my heart disease? Maybe it is, maybe it's not. Make sure you vet it with a reliable source of information. And lean on your personal beliefs and faith and support system when you are feeling stressed. Your clergyman, your family, your friend, whoever you can turn to for emotional support, to discuss your feelings and help guide you emotionally and spiritually at this challenging time that we're going through. And look for ways to help your community, such as blood donations. We're often at an extreme shortage of blood in Canada, and right now particularly that is the case because often people are not able to get to blood donations. So those of us that can need to get to the blood donation centers because we need blood each day for the surgeries, the traumas, the little child with leukemia that needs a transfusion. All of those things require each and every one of us to remember to donate blood if we can safely. Check on the elderly in your neighborhood, either by social media, phone, or if appropriate, by just knocking on their door but staying distance and checking to make sure that they're doing okay. Donating supplies or money or your time to local organizations like food banks is essential as we're all struggling with this. Right now, a number of NGOs like Heart and Stroke are struggling to maintain their donations. This particular event, the money that's being raised from it, will be going to Heart and Stroke Canada. They've had over a $25 million reduction in donations this year, which is making it challenging for them to get the strategies in place to keep us all healthy for our hearts and our minds. And we will be donating whatever comes through from this project to the Heart and Stroke Foundation this year. Giving to others can really connect us to our societies and give us joy. We will get through this together. So I conclude my presentation by reminding you, stay well, stay safe. Thank you.
If someone suddenly collapses and doesn't respond when you touch or speak to them, if they aren't breathing or are making strange gasping sounds, they might be having a cardiac arrest. With 4 simple steps, you could help save a life. Don't hesitate. Every second counts. First, call 911 or ask someone to call for you. If there are people around, shout for someone to bring you a defibrillator AED. Then, to prevent contamination, lay a cloth, towel, or clothing over the person's mouth and nose to prevent any potential spread of viruses through contaminated air or saliva. Next, start CPR immediately. You can do this. Put one hand on top of your other hand and push hard and fast in the center of the chest. Push about 100 to 120 times per minute to the beat of Stayin' Alive. Keep your elbows locked and push hard. Keep going until someone else takes over. If someone brings you an AED, Use it as soon as possible. It's easy. Turn it on and follow the voice prompts. Don't worry, the AED will tell you what to do and won't hurt you or the person. The 911 dispatcher can coach you through all of the steps. You can save someone's life using your phone, your hands, and an AED. After paramedics or first responders take over, wash or throw away the cloth used to cover the person's face. Then wash your hands thoroughly. Don't hesitate. You can't hurt, you can only help. heartandstroke.ca/CPR.
First of all, thanks, Dr. Lin, Dr. Cheng, for joining us, both for your valuable discourse, the presentations you've given. I've certainly learned a lot. It was just amazing what you've taught us today. I think many of us will take some of the teachings you've given us and hopefully implement it to stay healthy during this incredibly challenging time that the whole world is really facing. And certainly your leadership and your guidance for all of us is very valuable. So I really appreciate the time and effort you've put in to educate all of us. So thank you for that. Thanks, Peter. Thanks, Alison. And thanks for joining me for the Q&A. Over the course of the last while, I've been receiving questions through the internet. And so I'm just going to ask questions directed to one of the three of us, but I'd really like it to be hopefully a good panel discussion. So even though I might just direct it to Dr. Cheng, Peter, jump in, or vice versa. So actually, I'll start with you, Peter. This was a question that came in actually in various ways. Lots of people are wondering, what do you think, Peter? When is this going to end? When is life going to be normal again?
Yeah, Peter, when is that going to happen?
That's right. The crystal ball comes up. Okay, this is the Peter Lin crystal ball. Well, you know what? The problem is that I think we're going to have some level of protection. Just like, for example, after 9/11, all of a sudden the way we check in through the airport has never been the same again. And I think we have to put in those precautions. So I think there will be always some precautions. But the things that I'm looking forward to is the home testing. These are tests that we could probably do on a daily basis if we get it cheap enough, and so therefore we could actually check. And so perhaps if we have those screening tools that says, I'm fine, you bring documentation or whatever, so now you can go into the building and then everybody else has been tested, so then perhaps inside that building nobody has to use a mask or anything like that. I can envision that we might get back to a theater or a concert or a movie theater in this fashion as well. So I think that the testing component will be very important. The vaccination, of course, that's going to take some time. But that will be helpful as well. But we've had vaccines for influenza, like the flu, and we haven't gotten rid of the flu. So therefore, we still need the precautions. And if you think about the precautions that we're looking at, is that we can still interact, but we shouldn't be close to people. We shouldn't be touching things. We should be washing our hands, and perhaps a mask around people when we can use that. I think that's probably going to be around for a little while longer. But the key thing is that we will still be able to interact, go to work, go to school, go to shopping and things like that. And so that part of the life will be back to normal in some fashion, but we'll always have these little protections that we have to continue on with.
So let me just follow up in that regard, Peter. So do you think even after the vaccine is available and widely dispersed in our population, and we reach that level of herd immunity that we look for, do you think we will still need to continue to deploy, or do you think we've changed the way that our society is structured, that this may actually help us reduce other illness transmissions like the flu and things? I've heard that in the South, where the flu has started already, they're seeing lower rates of transmission because of some of these social distancing measures and antiseptic measures that people are deploying. Do you think that some of this is the long term now, or even after there's an effective vaccine?
Yeah, I think that's what we've seen, right? In Australia, for example, flu is down, colds are down. Here, our Flu Watch system, which is the Canadian version of monitoring flu, very, very low cases. So we're hoping that this gets rid of a lot of those communicable diseases that we talk about. And so it's not a bad thing, in terms of staying a little bit apart and having a mask on and washing your hands. Those are quite simple things. In terms of will the vaccine get rid of everything and we can just go back to normal? Probably not, because the shot itself they're talking about how effective is it. So once they have their 30,000, 40,000 people, we'll need to know, is it 70% effective? So in other words, some people they'll make the antibodies, some people may not. And we see that with other vaccines as well. They're never 100%. And so therefore we will always have people that are susceptible. And so what should we do with those people? Should we test them and then figure out who they are? Or is it just easier to say, okay, look, we can protect ourselves against the flu, the cold, tuberculosis, all of these things by doing these simple steps. And then eventually, guess what? You get used to doing it. And then so therefore it becomes second nature. Just like, you know, way back, I remember the first time you had to wear a seatbelt. You know, people were arguing, should we wear a seatbelt, not seatbelt? But now everybody gets in their car and you put on a seatbelt. And hopefully you never need a seatbelt. But the key thing is that you don't know when an accident is going to happen. Just like when you're going out into public, you don't know when you're going to bump into the COVID virus or flu virus. So therefore we put on the, I guess, the infectious disease seatbelt, I guess, if you will. And we use those things to protect us against a whole host of diseases. So who cares what new strain of some weird virus comes from somewhere? If we do those things, the virus still can't come across to us. So we're protecting ourselves against many different diseases by those very simple things. And the vaccine will just give us that extra little boost that we need so that our body inside, if the virus does get across, we'll be able to fight it as well.
Thank you. That's a really very good answer, and really, I think, compelling to continue to maintain some of the measures that we've deployed into the long term. There may hopefully be a little bit of good that can come from this horrible experience for the whole planet. Alice, Dr. Cheng, here's a question that has come across in different manners. First of all, you know, what has, you know, physicians and healthcare providers are often doing healthcare through a virtual visit format where they're trying to social distance from their patients, keep their patients protected, and avoid unnecessary contact. How have you deployed that in your clinic? Are you doing exclusively virtual care? Are you doing some in person? And what has that experience been like for you, your staff, and your patients? What can you tell us?
So I distinctly remember it would be in March on the Friday. I was still seeing patients as per usual, but we were obviously hearing the stories, watching the news, and getting somewhat concerned. And then as the province started to go into lockdown, I remember coming into the office Sunday morning to call all of my Monday patients to transition to phone calls. So it was a over the weekend transition. And since then, I've maintained it being an entirely virtual clinic, which is really based on telephone calls. And the reason that I went with telephone calls is because everybody has a phone. Not everybody necessarily has internet or a webcam or a computer, but a phone everybody does have. And therefore, no appointments had to be missed, and nobody was canceled, and we've been able to sort of do business as usual. My staff have been working from home, and I think one of the blessings was having electronic medical record for a number of years now. So then therefore they were able to just work from home and access everything and make phone calls from their homes. I've still physically been coming to the office because I live close by and it's easy for me to do, and it's just myself. How has it been? I would say there have been interestingly good things that have come out of this experience. And I would say some of the good things that have come out is, from my patient's perspective, I would say 99% like it, because they don't have to take a day off work. They don't have to pay for parking here, which is a complaint I hear about every single day. They don't have to be stuck in traffic. And also they're in an environment where they can read me their medication list because their meds are right there. They can go check in the fridge if their glucagon kit is expired or not. Like, there's things that they can access right away that doesn't happen when they're physically in the office with me. So generally speaking, in the diabetes space, the transition has been very smooth. It has also made people much more use the technology out there for glucose monitoring. So I've now had patients upload, download, share apps where before they didn't have to because they could bring me the stuff. Now I need to see it, so they figure out another way to do it. So I think in that way, there's actually been some positives that have come out.
Yeah, I've had the same experience. It is a bit weird on the phone because I noticed that I have to be actually a better doctor. Like, I have to ask more questions, right? Because there's no visual cues. So then I have to think about, okay, this is the next question, and the list. So for example, you know, I know that you show the Diabetes Canada, the ABCDEs, you know, that list of things that we should be thinking about in diabetes. And those things become very helpful to me because I have a pecking order of things that I can cover. So you actually become more thorough. And that's why we're all exhausted, because each patient is now actually taking longer for us to do. With the, let's say if you're sharing on a Zoom app or something like that where you can share your screen, it's been quite useful because I can pull up a picture of the knee and say, this is the ligament that's damaged and so on and so forth. And the patients kind of get it. And I've noticed that without a sharing, I could just take my phone and then I just aim it at my computer screen and then they can see what I'm seeing. And I can say, this is your report, this is your thing. So very basic technology we can do for that. And for some of the elderly that said, well, we have a phone, but we don't have this, I just make sure that there's one of their kids. So let's say their son or daughter comes there, they've always got a phone. And that way I can make sure that they hear the instructions and then they can show me the foot that looks terrible or whatever with their camera. They can take the picture if they don't have that and they can just email it to me. So we've been doing a lot of interesting things. I know there's lots of privacy issue things but I think during the pandemic, I think we said, keep the healthcare and the care going. And then we're sorting through the whole, the privacy issue kind of things as well. But certainly the patients have been very, very happy and they're very happy to see us actually. So that was one thing. Hearing our voice, they're already happy. Like they're saying, it's so nice to hear your voice. And I'm thinking, really? So anyway, I think it's been a positive experience. And how about for you? I mean, you look after a huge bunch of patients, Dr. Pandey. How's it been going for you?
Yeah, no, thanks, Peter. So, same for us, although we have continued to have to see some of the patients in the clinic. So if they have advanced heart failure, they have valvular heart disease and other comorbidities, it's just not possible to do some of those visits over the phone or even with, video conferencing, because you need to really examine them, see, is there change in symptoms due to a worsening of their heart failure or their valve? You can't really tell that just by speaking to them. But, I agree with you completely. There are some things that are, positives that have stemmed from it. I think all of us have been forced to get into the 21st century and adopt information technology in ways that, as doctors, we've been at times behind and compared to other, parts of society that have adopted, technologies faster. And certainly, as you said, we've all had to learn new skills to be able to interpret people's voices and get the emotions, and rather than relying on the visual cues that you and I are so good at doing when we walk into a patient's room and we know, are they really sick, or from the visual cues that we've all been taught as clinicians, now trying to learn the auditory cues of hearing in their voices, are they anxious, are they sad, is it worsening of their underlying medical condition? Those are, I think, skills that we're all starting to develop. But I think the other part that, as you mentioned, that's good from this is that patients that have routine conditions that need follow-up and I need to review a test with them or adjust a medication, but there's not complex physical examination involved. Right now, all of it we're doing virtually. And, primarily by phone, as you said, Alex, because a lot of my patients are elderly and have limited access to some of the information technologies, but some we do video-based meetings. But, that's been a very positive experience. And as both of you have said, we've gotten very positive feedbacks that, somebody can stay at home. They don't need to be dragged to my office and wait in a waiting area for a couple of hours. And, I can call them in between patients, go over their test results, fax out the prescription to their pharmacy, email them the blood requisition so they can get the tests done, review it all, and they're at home, they're with family, they're in a comfortable environment. So I think, hopefully some of those types of things we may actually be able to sustain even post-COVID and incorporate into a different practice pattern where, we can be more patient-centered, bring in the people that truly need to see us one-on-one examinations and things that you just can't do virtually. And maybe some of the routine things where you can go over test results and things like that, do it from, they're at their office, they're at home, wherever, so that it's less convenient or less inconvenient for them. So it'll be interesting to see post-COVID how, hopefully we adopt some of the very few positives that may come from this. Actually, maybe I'll take on this question that I think stems from that. They're asking, is it safe to be going to visit my cardiologist right now? What steps are being taken to reduce the risk of virus transmissions at your office? So, and I'll open it up to you guys as well. As I said, even when we went into full lockdown in March, we, as you said, Alice, it was Friday, we were open fully, and then Monday we had to have a whole other strategy. So there were all sorts of team meetings. We had, we have a very large staff of nearly 30. And so we had to meet with everybody and make sure that staff were comfortable with what we were doing. We had to protect our patients, but we had to protect our staff. Everyone had to feel safe in that environment. And we did have to continue. There were some patients that it was just not possible to go virtual. They had very advanced heart failure, valvular heart disease. They were waiting serious treatments. And so, we had to find a way of continuing to see them in person, but keep them protected at the same time. And I think every clinic has probably developed their own strategies. We were very fortunate that we have a relatively large parking area in the back. So the strategy that we've deployed, for example, is that patients come to the office. They don't come in. They stay in their car. They call the reception desk when they arrive. The reception desk will ask them some screening questions, make sure it's safe for them to come into the building, ask them some background questions so that they can enter that into the electronic medical record. And then the patients will wait in their car until the room is ready for them. If they're there for a test, the technologist is ready for them. Or if I need to see them and examine them, that I'm freed up from my last patient. So they're not waiting in a waiting area. We have a large waiting area, but it's always empty. Patients will walk in directly from their car, go directly to the room that they're going to. Everybody is in, masks and gowns, and all of our staff that are in close contact are wearing face shields as well. So it protects our staff, and it gives, I think, confidence to our patients that we have developed a strategy to keep them safe but still provide the care that's necessary. In one of the slides I had on my presentation, I said, cardiac care never stops. And, I think we have to develop that strategy and have developed that strategy. And, I'm sure all of you have seen, we were all alarmed when we saw such a huge reduction in people going to the emergency department with heart attacks and strokes, and because they were so fearful of this virus that they were staying at home with heart attacks and strokes. And I remember there was a very young man in his mid-50s who, everybody in his family had a heart attack. His father died actually in his arms at the age of 55. And he saw his brother die of a heart attack. And he was at home. And I actually knew his whole family. Had taken care of many of them. And, he knew the symptoms. He knew he was having a heart attack. But he was so scared, this was back in May, of this virus. He was so scared of going to the emergency department that he stayed at home for 12 days. And by the time he arrived, his heart was working at 10% function. And it was such an extreme situation. Now, he's come out of that. He's doing much better. But, that was the type of tragedy stories that I think all of us felt we had to get that message out, that, clinics have developed effective strategies to keep people protected, keep them safe. The emergency departments across the province, I think, have developed very effective strategies to isolate patients with COVID versus those that are there with other urgent medical conditions. We don't want people going to the ER with minor, rashes and things. But if you're having a serious health crisis, go to the emergency department. Make sure you follow up with the appropriate healthcare provider. If things can be done virtually, we will do it virtually so you can be at home and safe and comfortable. But if you need to be seen, and that's the only way care can be delivered, I think hopefully people can have that confidence that both centers like ours, cardiac facilities, but the emergency department, hospitals, strategies have been developed. But I value your feedback. What do you guys think? Is that on track, or how would you approach that as well?
So in my office, I've seen a handful of people in person because certain endocrine disorders, not so much diabetes, but other endocrine things I needed to actually lay hands on or see. And similar to you, full PPE for my staff and myself. I had to go buy scrubs. So that took, I haven't worn scrubs in quite a few years, but I've got a few sets of scrubs and the face shield with the mask. And of course, we ask that the patient wear a mask and to not bring their whole family with them. If needed, they could bring one person to accompany them if necessary, but ideally just to come on their own. And it's worked out well. So I've got the plexiglass at the front. So we've got all the necessary things, the hand sanitizer. So I agree with you. Clinics are set up. They're set up for it. And if you require an in-person visit, if it's being requested of you an in-person visit, go ahead and do it.
Yeah, and I think that's the difference between now and in March. So in March, I think there was this panic because all of a sudden this thing became a pandemic, right? Suddenly, this was not something far away. This was something happening here. And with the influx of people returning from the United States, you know, people visiting and so on and so forth, all of a sudden the numbers were going up very quickly. And so that's why the messaging came out, you know, please stay away from the facilities if you don't have to go to it. And I think that what we're hearing is that the patients are listening to what we're saying, right? And what we should have done is said, okay, now it's safe, like, but if you need us, they're there. And that's what we're trying to tell people now, is that it is safe now to go. And, you know, if you're having a heart attack, please, you can come in. And I think that messaging is coming out as well. It's just like way back, we were so focused on, you know, heart attack being a man, you know, because they were earlier, right? They were younger when they had it. So the focus was on men. And then we started missing women, you know, like women, we didn't diagnose it. Women didn't know that they can have it. So then we need to pass that message out. Same thing with osteoporosis. You know, we talked about women having thin bones and fracturing and be careful. And then we forgot about the men. So I think on the one hand, we have to go with that big message, and then we have to tell the other side of the equation, I guess. And I think the COVID-19 has taught us that, yes, we want you to stay away for minor things, as you were talking about, Dr. Pandey, but for the major things, it is still safe to go. And I think that's a very important message for people to get.
Yeah, no, that's fantastic. Thank you. I'll ask this to you, Peter. You know, we're seeing an increase again in numbers in Ontario. And our kids are also going back to school. What do you think that means for grandparent visits? And, you know, we've expanded our bubble a bit lately, and how should we be handling that?
Yeah, the whole concept of a bubble made sense when the people that were in the bubble had fixed number of people that they're with. So in other words, I'm isolated at home, my parents are isolated at home. So why can't we get together, you know? And so that's why they were saying, well, you can have a bubble of 10 people or whatever. But the moment that those people now interact with others, so let's say the grandchild now goes to school and his bubble or her bubble is now 30 people, you know, so now there's a potential of 30 exposures, and then they're bringing it back to the grandparents. So that's why nowadays we're saying, okay, so let's go back to basics. Let's make it a safe visit. So you don't have to go into lockdown where, you know, it used to be if you looked at your grandparents, that was illegal almost, right? Like you're not supposed to do that. So now you can go hang out with them, but let's do it safely. So when the weather is good, do it outside. So therefore there's airflow. So therefore the virus cannot go directly from one person to the other. So increase the airflow that way. Number two is have the masks on for now. You can still talk and do everything, but then you do that. And then number three is wash your hands before you go visit so that you don't bring the viruses over there. And then I always get the question, how do we go for a hug? You know, this hugging thing, right? So now this is just me talking. So basically I tell people just hold your breath for that last 5 seconds, you know? So in other words, when your grandchild is coming in for that hug, as they're approaching, just hold your breath for 5 seconds. They get in here. You're not sucking in the virus because you're not breathing in at that moment. They're breathing back here. You can breathe this way. And then as they pull away, hold your breath for 5 seconds. Then they get away. And then that way you're not sucking the virus in. I guess it's a very simplified message that the virus really can't move. It has heat, so therefore, and so if you're not, I tell them, I'm going to examine your eye right now. I'm going to be really close to you. So I'm going to hold my breath for 5 seconds, and you're going to hold your breath for 5 seconds. And during that 5 seconds, the virus cannot move in any direction because there's no propulsion. And so therefore, people now feel comfortable me coming in that close to them. And so those are very simple things that we could do, and it empowers people. So that I've seen people coming out of a washroom where there isn't 6 feet, right? And they're looking at each other going like, now what do I do? So now I tell them, just hold your breath and walk past these people. And then that way there isn't that, I don't know what to do in this situation. Same thing in elevators, we can do these same simple tricks that then empower you to stay safe and still get out of that situation.
Yeah, so the only thing I would add to that is I think it would also depend on, you know, the comorbidities of the people involved. You know, if your grandparents have, you know, very serious cardiovascular illnesses, they're immunocompromised, they're a cancer patient, or they're getting treatment that make them even more susceptible to the impact of this virus, you know, that may be somebody that you want to be even more cautious about. And maybe that's not somebody that you do give that hug holding breath, where you just need to be, you know, even more certain that they're being fully protected. And I think all of us have to recognize our own personal risks as well as the risks of those around us, and, you know, make sure we do the best by everyone and, you know, protect everybody. It really is a community effort to stay healthy at this time. So Dr. Cheng, a couple of variations on this question have come in. what effects on blood sugar have you observed during this pandemic? And if someone catches this virus, does it affect their sugars? Does it cause it to go up, down? What's the expectation if they get ill with this virus, if they're diabetic?
So during this time, it's been interesting to look at what's been happening to people's blood sugars. Initially, there was a lot of fear and a lot of anxiety and a lot of unknown around it. And some people reacted to that by being particularly vigilant about their own care, and therefore actually saw a lot of people's blood sugars get better over the course of this time. And also because they were at home. And some of the positives that come out of this is they're cooking at home, they're not eating out, they're not traveling all over the world, and they've actually got time for physical activity. So I've actually noticed a bunch of people's blood sugars get better. At the same time, I've had some people where the sugars did get worse initially, and I think a lot of that was the fear and the anxiety and the uncertainty. And for some people, high levels of stress and anxiety can actually raise blood sugar. So that's another stream that I've seen, but I'm seeing less of that now. And I'm seeing more people generally improving. Now, if one were to actually get COVID-19 infection, like any other infection, diabetes will be affected by having the blood sugars go up. So of the handful of patients that I have in my practice who have had COVID-19, their blood sugars went quite high. And in the short term, there were a couple that had to go to hospital, but for the ones who were able to stay as patients, their insulin, one of them was not on insulin, needed to be started on insulin because the blood sugars were high. For the others who were on insulin, the insulin requirements easily went up 50, 80, 100% even, just to maintain the blood sugar control. And as they got better, like with other infections, the insulin requirements started to come down. And that's what's expected to be seen in hospital. Someone with diabetes and COVID significantly requiring higher doses of insulin. But again, we see that with significant flu, we see that with pneumonia, we see that with urinary infections. So any kind of infection can make the blood sugars go really high.
So if you find out that one of your patients is sick with either COVID or any other illness, do you tell them to monitor their sugars more frequently over the day, or what the suggestions would you have for people?
Absolutely. So one of the important things, as I discussed in the presentation, is sick day management, right? Is being prepared. And one of the ways to be prepared is to know what to do when you get sick. And what to do when you get sick is to test your sugars more often, because even though you're not eating or drinking, your blood sugars may actually go up, which is sort of counterintuitive, right? So make sure that you test your sugars often. Try to stay hydrated as best as you can, as well as if you're on insulin, do not stop your insulin. In fact, you may need more insulin, even though you're not eating or drinking properly. And then recognizing that if you feel very unwell, go to the hospital, because as we said, the hospitals remain open for urgent care, emergency care. So please take advantage of that.
So one other follow-up to that, I'll just add in. So, a person here asks, if you get sick with this virus, I know you've addressed in some ways already, but should you continue taking your insulin? But what about other things like diabetic pills, blood pressure pills, cholesterol pills? We've often taught our patients, if you're really sick, use the Sadman's criteria. Some pills you stop. Does that apply here? And how should people think about that? And what kind of guidance is available for them?
So the Sadman's criteria that you referred to, every pharmacist that you go to, physician you go to, would be able to provide you what that list looks like. That applies in the context of acute sickness where you're not able to eat or drink properly. So if you're still eating or drinking, and you're still able to keep up with your requirements, then you don't need to make adjustments to the medications per se. But if you're no longer able to eat or drink properly and you're at risk of dehydration, then there's some blood pressure drugs that need to be held, some diabetes drugs, and that may need to be adjusted as well. It's very much case by case, so I would have that conversation with your pharmacist as well as your healthcare team, so you know specifically which one of your drugs fits. Because the problem with Sadman's is it's the name of the class, which is not the name that's on the bottle or the box that's in front of you, right? So that's why you should really speak to your healthcare team to circle the one that applies to you.
Perfect. That's great. While we're waiting for Peter to become available, I'm going to ask you another question. Do you think it's safe for people with diabetes to return to work or school or be back in the community, particularly as we see numbers starting to go up a little bit in Ontario?
This is a common question that I get, particularly as we were approaching back to school. Every day I would feel multiple times from patients, is it safe for me to go back to work? Is it safe to go back to school? Many of my patients are teachers, so that was a common question. Yeah. My short answer is, generally speaking, the answer is yes, because those living with diabetes are not at higher risk of getting COVID-19. Those living with diabetes are at higher risk of more complicated COVID-19. So obviously you want to avoid getting it in the first place. So then we're back to first principles, right? Physical distancing, face masking, hand washing, and making sure that in your work environment, it's a safe work environment. And that is the responsibility of every employer as well as the person themselves. So that's, moving the furniture around, staying away from people, that kind of stuff. School, same idea. If there's a way to make it a safe environment, then yes, it's okay to go. But if you're feeling unsafe, then that's when alternatives should be thought about. So it is case by case. I would not say ever that diabetes don't go. I would never say that. It's very much the individual and their environment.
Excellent. So I'll follow up to myself, because this question almost lends in the same way. So someone asks, I have a heart condition. Am I at more of a risk of getting COVID-19 than someone who doesn't have a heart condition? And as you said, for diabetes, the same applies. All of us are at risk for contracting this virus. Someone with heart disease is no more likely to get the virus than somebody else, but the implication of the virus, how it can impact their health, their heart health, and how sick they get can be different. And we know that certain types of heart disease, in particular patients with heart failure, transplant patients who've had a heart transplant in the past, people with very complex arrhythmias where their heart's beating in a very erratic fashion, or people who've just had heart attacks or bypass surgery, some of them may be much more vulnerable to the impacts of this virus. They may be just as likely to get the virus as their neighbor who's perfectly healthy, or just as least likely to. But if they do get it, I think the implications can be so much more. So, in my presentation, I stressed the fact that while we want everyone to follow appropriate public health guidelines of social distancing, hand washing, wearing masks indoors, all of the things that we are doing to defeat this virus, it's particularly important that patients with diabetes, heart disease, follow those guidelines, and their loved ones, their neighbors, their families that are in contact with them follow that, so that they can keep these people protected from the impacts of the virus. And so I think, all of us are at risk from the virus, and a diabetic or a heart patient is no more likely to get it than someone else. But if they do, the implications can be that much more serious. So I think it is about being prudent as best we can be.
I guess that's a concept that we could have in terms of that, how we were striving for herd immunity. So the herd immunity is the idea that you have enough people that the virus cannot jump from one person to the next. So you create this buffer. And in a weird way, we could do the same thing right now around those sort of sicker folks that have these other conditions, right? So in other words, let's say your parents are elderly, they have diabetes, they have heart failure, then the people around them should be following those very strict rules. So we create this sort of firewall, I guess, if you will, so that the viruses can't come in. Because really, if you looked at long-term care, it was brought in because those people are stationary. And so if we create this very nice firewall, it's like this, you've created a ring around that particular patient. And so that's something that we can do right now. And so every time we think about, should I go to this function or this function, think about the implications of the people that you are in contact with afterwards. And then if you do go into one of those things, then you have to take extra precautions to make sure that you're not bringing the virus back in to the vulnerable people that we want to protect so much.
Thanks, Peter. I really like that term, firewall. I think I'm going to actually, if you don't mind, I'm going to steal that
No
phrase.
problem. Go for it.
I'm having discussions with people that, my vulnerable cardiac patients, they're at home often when I'm talking to them, but I need to speak to their family members as well, so they can help create that firewall. I really like that phrase. Thank you for that. So I'm going to follow up with you, Peter. We're all eagerly anticipating this vaccine for COVID-19. So 2 questions. One, when do you think we're going to get this vaccine? And actually, I'll give you 3. When do you think we're going to get this vaccine? Sure. Who do you think will get it first? And should we be prioritizing in a specific manner, like the firewall people you mentioned? And while we're waiting for that, we're coming into flu season. Should people get the flu vaccine? Will that provide them any additional protection at this time?
Okay, so maybe I'll go backwards and say the flu shot is, all the experts are saying, please get your flu shot, because that's something that we can prevent right now. And therefore, we know that the flu season, we're hoping that it'll be low because we're doing all these precautions, but still, that's something that we can now take flu off of the table. So I think that's something that you should be thinking about, no questions about that one. The second one, should we prioritize? When we had the flu vaccine shortages, we also prioritized. When there was the H1N1 pandemic, we also prioritize, because the supply isn't infinite amounts of vaccine. So therefore, the more vulnerable people, the ones that will have the bad version of the COVID-19, so the elderly with comorbidities such as heart disease and diabetes and cancer, those will be on the top of the list. Also healthcare workers, you know, these frontline folks that are putting their lives every day online, trying to defend us, they will be probably vaccinated as well. So there will be a list very similar to the way we prioritized before. And I think everybody would understand that a low-risk individual probably doesn't need the vaccine as much as a high-risk individual. There will be some strange country prioritization as well, because the World Health Organization is saying that we should be equitable across different countries. So there may be need, for example, in India, where the rates are extremely high, so perhaps they may actually get more of it if the world is sort of, I guess, being equitable about these things as well. Now, in terms of when it's going to be done, you're going to hear a lot of news stories. So initially, you heard about phase 1 and phase 2. Phase 1 is 40 or 50 people. You're just making sure that it's safe and that basically that it creates some antibodies. Phase 2, you use 200 or 300 people, and then again, you're just checking for antibodies. You're not saying, does it work or not? Just tell me about antibodies, tell me that you made some antibodies, and then the phase 3 is the big one. So this is 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 people. Half of them you vaccinate, the other half gets a placebo shot. And what will happen is that now you send them home and they bump into the virus in their own neighborhood, and we see how many people get infected. And we're hoping that the people that get vaccinated have less infection than the people that are not vaccinated. And as soon as they can see a difference that is true, that's measurable, then that's when they're going to say the study is done. And then that way they can present the findings. Now, they still have to look for safety. And remember, the very first vaccine in North America that was given was March 16th. So even by December, the most we have on safety is about 9 months. But these people will all be followed out for at least 2 years. So we will know a whole lot about safety as well. And so therefore, when you hear in the news that we're going to have a vaccine by sort of end of October, beginning of November, that means the results from the phase 3 may be done. And then what happens is that the governments get a submission. So companies will submit their information and then it gets approved and then you can start rolling out. So chances are it's going to be into the new year. Dr. Bonnie Henry in a couple of press conferences she said, maybe by June, we can start seeing it apply to more general population. So nothing really that quick coming up. But the key thing is that we can do all those simple things, you know, the 6 feet apart, the mask or the face shield, wash your hands, and then don't go into, you know, poor ventilated areas for a long time. Those things will be the things that will help us during this period while we wait for the vaccine to come.
Thank you, Peter. And you know, just to echo that, I think certainly even when the vaccine comes, at this point, we don't know how effective it will be. Will it reduce your risk of catching it by 50%, 70%, 90%? We don't know that yet. But that still means that there will still be a residual risk even after the vaccine. So as you've said previously in your presentation, Peter, even when this vaccine arrives, I think it will be essential that we continue to maintain some of the very effective measures that public health has taught us of social distancing, washing our hands, wearing masks indoors, doing all the things that we're doing now to try to defeat this, even post-vaccine. We'll probably need to continue that because you know the vaccines are only so effective and this illness can be so serious. Question for you, Alice. This person's asking, you know, they are a patient with diabetes, but they also have high blood pressure, and you know, and I guess we can even translate that even further if they had also heart disease. You know, they've read that, you know, people with diabetes are at more risk. They've read that people with high blood pressure are at more risk. Does it add up? So if you're a diabetic and you have high blood pressure and maybe you even have heart disease, does your risk go up threefold, or how do you think about risk from this virus in that type of situation?
That's an excellent question, actually, and it also reminds us when we're communicating with the public to be careful with the language that we use, right? Because I've certainly heard from some of my own patients that every time they turn on the news, diabetes comes up, they have diabetes, and they're just completely freaking out. And I think we're not realizing the impact maybe of the words that we're using. So it's not really a added up, because if you had 10 things and you'd be thinking, oh my goodness, like I'm just going to drop dead instantly. It's not, doesn't quite work like that. It is in fact true though that if you have more risk factors, then your risk of a more serious infection is higher. But that's in a population. For a given individual, we can never predict what a given individual's risk is going to be. So really all we can take away is, yes, the more risk factors you have, the greater chance of a problem. But this is something we've known forever, right? If you think about heart disease, we have the classic cardiac risk factors. The more you have, the more likely it is that you'll get cardiac disease. Doesn't mean you're guaranteed to get cardiac disease. So I think it's useful to know what those risk factors are and to mitigate what you can. But then it can also be terrifying. And I think we need to put it into perspective that it's on a population basis. But for you as an individual, it may not be the same. It's not the same number that we're talking about.
Yeah.
And I mean, the information in the beginning was changing. I remember there was articles coming out that certain types of blood pressure medications may be bad for you. And then that made it into the media. So people were saying, well, should I be holding my drugs? And then as the information continued on and they started looking at patients continue to take those ACEs and ARBs, these medications, they actually did better. So here's an example where the information is changing. And so what you read maybe 3 months ago is no longer the important thing. So hopefully when you try to decide what you're going to do about your therapies, you check with your physicians, check with somebody that has that information, as opposed to just reading something and then going with it. Because the amount of what we'll call fake news or news that hasn't been substantiated is very high right now, because everything is changing so quickly. So we do have to make sure that if you're going to make any changes in what you're going to do for your therapy, that we make sure that we double check and triple check before we decide to start something or stop something for that particular reason.
That's excellent. You actually answered the next question I was going to ask you, Peter. This person was asking exactly that they had originally heard that patients that were on certain blood pressure medications might be at greater risk and they should stop that blood pressure medication. And, you know, as you said, don't stop any of your treatments without checking with your healthcare provider. What you're reading on the web might be old news. It might have been a concern at the beginning, but as data has come together, as we've started to understand this COVID-19 virus, we know much more today than we did in March and April. And so I think we can provide much more accurate guidance and evidence-based guidance that was lacking previously. And so that's part of the problem with sometimes Googling something. You know, the web page might have been last updated in March and had information from March, but it still shows up at the top of your search. And you know, you're being guided down a rabbit hole that might not be the most accurate source of information. So particularly at a time when everybody's so anxious and looking for new information and looking for guidance, I think it is really important that they turn to their trusted healthcare providers. If they're not sure about their treatment, that don't make changes to your treatment, don't take new things without checking, and don't stop taking things that you might need without checking, because these other illnesses can progress in the background, and it would be a tragedy that somebody had a complication from a misunderstanding because the information was not appropriately conveyed. But coming back to what you said, Alice, I think as healthcare providers we do have to be very cautious as how we transmit the information and the words that we use when we talk about it. And when one of the things I mentioned in my presentation was we saw a 40% reduction in people showing up with heart attacks into the emergency department. Well, when they actually did some surveys on some of the patients that stayed home, they said, why did you do that? And what some of the people actually responded, well, they saw on TV and things, doctors and nurses holding up signs saying stay home. And I remember seeing that as well in May and April, where we were all trying to flatten the curve. And I think maybe we had to nuance that properly. And maybe it shouldn't have been stay at home. It should have been stay at home if you have a minor problem. But if you're really sick, come to the emergency department. We know how to take care of you. We can keep you safe and keep you protected from the heart attack and stroke and treat you appropriately. So I think nuances are so important, and sometimes in the rush to get information out to the public and to keep people abreast of what we've learned through science, sometimes we need to be cautious that we're using words appropriately and updating people as new information comes out. So thank you for that. So Peter, I'm going to follow up with you. This person is asking, With the need for people going back to work or schools, in general practice, you'll be seeing all sorts of people with varied conditions. As a cardiologist, my focus is much narrower. Are there some people that you are suggesting shouldn't be, going back to school or shouldn't be returning back to a work environment where there are larger numbers of people around?
Yeah, so in general, so the immunocompromised patients, so anybody with cancer or getting chemotherapy, or if they're taking a treatment that shuts down their immune system, so some of the arthritis where your body's attacking itself, or inflammatory bowel disease where we try to shut down your immune system in order to treat the disease, those people were going to be at higher risk. And so everybody is quite understanding in the school system and in the work system that those patients, we wouldn't expect them back. Oftentimes I'll go through with the patient, what is it that your job is involving? In other words, what is the risk of your job? So if you are a bus driver and you're sitting right next to people, well, you know what, you're at a very high risk job. If let's say you're in the back room and you just do accounting and there's only 2 people in the whole company and you're the only one in there on those weekends that you're working, well, then in that situation, your risk is very, very low. And as I go through with patients, they realize, yeah, you're right, my risk is low. So what we do is we do a little risk assessment. In other words, how risky is your job? And are there things that we can do to help you get that risk lower? So for example, are there things that you can wear? There are certain times that you can go and things like that. And once we go through that and we say, you know what, the risk is actually not bad, then the person can go back in. And so we also assess the risk of the patient. So what diseases do you have that puts you at higher risk? And so we're doing a risk assessment. And now I'm telling people to assess the risk of the people that you're with. So in other words, you're going to invite somebody to your home, let's say. So where do they work, right? Have they just traveled? Did they just come back from the United States? In which case that would be a very high risk. And gatherings, have they gone to very large gatherings? Did they go to one of the protests? Which is great for civil liberties, but then that puts them at a higher risk. In other words, knowing the risk of the person that you're with is very helpful as well. Knowing the risk of your job is very helpful. And then the final risk is, what is my personal risk with my medical conditions? Does that put me at higher risk? So if you assess those things, then it becomes very clear, should I be going, not going? Whether you're talking about job or to a gathering or to grocery store, then it's a better assessment of whether you're at high risk or not in terms of the COVID pandemic.
Thank you, Peter. The only thing I would add to that is the one other additional risk I would look at is maybe, if you are at home and there are other people with you at home, what is their potential risk? And, even if your personal risk from the virus is relatively limited because you're generally healthy, but you are the primary caregiver of an elderly parent who has a number of serious comorbidities, the risk of you catching the virus and then passing that on to your loved one at home or someone you're in contact with may also be part of the equation that you think about when you make decisions about the types of activities you engage in, both work or social. So that would be the only additional I would add.
Yeah, and the other thing is just to remember that you could be completely symptom-free. So you might be one of those people where you've got to deal with the virus. It doesn't bother you too much. You don't bother it very much, but you can continue to produce. And that's our biggest concern, because some of the experts are saying that's about 45% of the cases are asymptomatic people with no symptoms. And so therefore they can continue to churn the virus. And that might be the explanation of that second wave. In other words, where is the reservoir of viruses? We're not getting a whole bunch of planes coming in. So therefore it must be within the community. And because they're within the community, as soon as we drop our guard, in other words, face masks or whatever goes away, then all of a sudden you will have that increase, because then the virus has a chance to move across. So just remember, you may feel nothing. And that's the problem, because you won't get checked. You won't feel anything. You won't know to stay away from your loved ones. And so that's why we're seeing perhaps this second wave. And second wave tends to be larger because you have more virus producers. Whereas during the first wave, we had to wait for somebody to come in from a country with the virus. Whereas now the virus is pretty much within our community. And so therefore the numbers that go up is much higher. Now, I don't like to use the word second wave because it makes it sound like it's inevitable. Like we're going to go up and then we're going to go down. But we can actually flatten this one. If everybody just does those things that you and I and Alice have talked about, then basically the virus can't move, and then we can keep the numbers very, very low and then flatten it out. So it does not need to be another one of these huge bumps if we actually do all the things that we're supposed to do.
Thanks, Peter. You actually answered the next question that this person was asking, which was to try to explain what does the term asymptomatic carrier mean? And I think you've explained that beautifully. It's people that may have the virus, but just really, didn't manifest it in a severe manner. They didn't necessarily even know that they were really sick, but continued to produce the virus and then spread it to others within the community. And as you said, that might explain why there is multiple waves of viral illnesses and why it keeps coming back. It might explain why the influenza virus keeps coming back in year after year, because there is that reservoir of people that have a version of that virus, and then it flares up. And perhaps that may be why we're seeing an increase again with COVID in Ontario, is that there is that reservoir of asymptomatic people that didn't know that they carried the virus, and as they started to expose others, we're starting to see that virus remanifest itself.
And that's very interesting, because in the beginning, all the experts were saying there is no such thing as an asymptomatic person, because they said as soon as the virus replicates, in other words, makes photocopies of itself, you're going to get sick. So then we called everybody pre-symptomatic. You just haven't developed it yet. And if we just wait 14 days, we're going to be okay. So that's where the 14-day sort of stay at home, and then we just watch for symptoms. If you don't have symptoms, you're free. And so the problem with that is that in Korea, South Korea, they had a facility where they had about 300 people in there. And of that, about 100 of them had no symptoms at all. They just had a positive swab. And so they followed those people, and this study was for about 3 weeks. And during that 3 weeks, 80% of them still did not develop any symptoms at all. So that 14-day wait it out and you're clear, it really doesn't apply anymore. And so that's why we're a little concerned if everything is going to be based on that 14-day wait it out and you're okay. So that's why I think people are looking forward to a simple test, not one that goes up your nose, because that one is a little uncomfortable, but a simple test like a saliva test or something like that that's accurate enough that we can do that on a regular basis. And that's why the NBA, their players did not want the thing up their nose, so they actually funded the Yale University to build the saliva test. And so therefore, there are these tests coming. Health Canada is looking for it. But basically, they need to make sure that the test is good before they allow it to come out. Because if, let's say, the test misses 30% of the people, then you'll get a negative test and you think you're invincible and you can now run around. That would be a disaster. So that's why, I have a lot of patients going, how come I hear in the US they have this and that? Well, in the US, they have something called an emergency use criteria. And all that means is that the FDA hasn't looked at it yet, but you can use it because of the pandemic. So this is why they got into some difficulty. So here, unfortunately or fortunately, they're taking much more care to make sure that once that test is available, that it's going to be giving you useful information, as opposed to just, use it and whatever the results is, that's it. So be a little bit patient, and hopefully we will have a home test that people can use in that fashion.
Thanks, Peter. And I think you brought up an excellent point that that has been asked in various ways, which is that people read and see on the news that in the U.S. people are getting other treatments as well that are not being routinely prescribed in Canada or being suggested in the U.S. And they wondered, why have our healthcare providers or our governments and public health not push, for example, chloroquine and these other treatments when they hear about it from politicians and things in the U.S. And I think, as you said, we're a different healthcare system, and it's good and bad. But I think one of the good is that because we're more cautious about that, we're not recommending treatments that have not been proven yet. Similarly, we're not recommending testing strategies that haven't been proven yet. And just because it's a pandemic, adopting a strategy prematurely before the science is there, you could, as you said, be led down the garden path of you do a test for the virus, it comes back negative, you think you're invincible, but meanwhile the test, had a 30%, false negative rate, and then it missed if you were infected and you infect other people, or you get sick because you thought you were invincible. So sometimes a little bit of patience to allow the science to mature is important. I think we're all impatient right now, hoping for a cure for this virus, a vaccine for this virus, and more effective treatments. And I think sometimes we just need to step back and give the scientists the chance to do the science that's necessary to protect us and keep us healthy. So thank you for that, Peter. Alice, this is a question. We're nearing the end of the Q&A, so I'm just going to ask a couple of questions further. This person asks, and I'll open it up to you as well, Peter. They're diabetic, and they're taking their diabetic medications. Beyond that, is there anything else they can do? Can they take supplements? Are there specific behaviors that you would recommend that they do to try to avoid COVID-19 or to stay healthy during this time? So I'll start with you, Alice. What's your thoughts on that?
I think controlling what you can control is an important message to really get out there, and not just from a mental health perspective, but just generally in life. And what you can control are your blood sugars, and that's through medications, lifestyle choices around physical activity. A big part of it is around food choices, cooking at home, learning to cook at home. So these are the kinds of things that I would recommend. Testing your blood sugar if it's been recommended by your team to do so, and understanding your blood sugars and knowing how to manage them. So if you identify a pattern of high sugars after breakfast, okay, so first of all, identify that pattern. Secondly, what can I do to change that? And it may just be changing the breakfast. It may not have anything to do with medications. Those are the things that we recommend all the time. And I think particularly during this difficult time, it's that much more important. In terms of supplements and such, there's really nothing that has been proven. So no, I would say no. There usually are no supplements that I recommend other than vitamin D, but that's just in general in Canada, vitamin D, especially between October and April. That's not a COVID-19 thing. That's just a living in sort of the northern hemisphere of the world kind of situation. So I do not recommend any additional supplements or any other things that need to be done.
Yeah, I would say I would agree. Like in terms of the supplements, as long as you're eating balanced food and everything else, I think is good. I think it's a time where you fine tune yourself. In other words, right now, patients are very receptive to the idea of making your body healthy, because one thing that they have heard is that healthy individuals tend to do better in general. And so now all of a sudden they go, I want to be healthy now. Whereas before we would say, well, you should do this and lose weight and this kind of stuff. But now when they see that obesity seems to be one of the things that pushes things into a bad direction again, you could see that people started paying attention. So this is a beautiful time to upgrade yourself and make sure that all the other diseases that are more likely to cause you harm. Because think about it, right? In Canada, we have 140,000 cases. Let's just double it or triple. Let's like make it 1 million. Let's say 1 million people have COVID virus. We have 37 million people. So 36 million people have nothing to do with COVID. They're the ones that will still continue to have heart attack and diabetes complications and things like that. So in other words, those ones for sure, if we don't manage them well, will get you into trouble for sure. So therefore, let's manage those things very well. And then in terms of the COVID piece, it's very simple. It's kind of like if you see somebody smoking, I'm going to avoid that person because I don't want to be near them because I'm going to smell all that smoke. So if we assume that the smoke is kind of like this viral cloud, we'll do all the right thing. 6 feet apart, wear your mask, face shield, wash your hands if you go near these people, and that's it. So in other words, those physical things, which sound so simple, has never changed since the beginning of the pandemic. Everything else has changed. Oh, this disease can cause, the virus can cause this disease and cause heart problems and cause kidney problems and lung problems. That has all changed and there, but the exact way of preventing the virus from coming across your personal border is exactly the same. So we might have breached our national border, but your personal border you can maintain. And so just doing those simple things will keep you healthy from the COVID side. But the rest of the time, I want you to focus on the diabetes and your cholesterol and your high blood pressure and being healthy heart, because those are the things that might get you in the long run. So making those changes now is really of some great benefit to you.
Thank you, Peter. I think we'll finish at this point. And I would just echo exactly what Dr. Cheng and Dr. Lin have said. We need to continue to practice the measures that public health has taught us: social distancing, limiting the number of people we're exposed to, keeping ourselves distanced physically at least 2 meters, 6 feet apart, wearing face masks when we're out in indoor environments or even in close outdoor environments, and face shields if required, washing our hands. So all of the things that help protect us from this virus also actually protect us, as you said, Peter, from the flu and other viruses, and hopefully it'll help to reduce some of those instances. And then to echo with what both Dr. Lin and Dr. Cheng have said, we are seeing that people have become more sedentary during this time. They're indoors more, they're at times staying at home. So finding ways of staying physically active is really important. Adopting ways of exercise at home, avoiding gyms if there's a concern, but certainly doing exercises at home, eating healthier. Sometimes at times of stress, people end up stress eating, and that stress eating can often be turning to a bag of chips. and maybe, avoiding those types of things, having snacks at home that they can turn to that are healthier snacks, so if they really need something, they've got something healthy to turn to. I think it is a time that we need to focus on each other's health, our own health, our family's health, our friends' health, and it really is how I think we're going to get through this. We're going to get through it through the community efforts that everybody is putting in to keep the whole country safe and get through this horrible pandemic that the world is going through. And I think if we do the things that have been suggested to us by our expert panel today, we'll be fine. We will come through this, and we will, hopefully adopt healthier strategies that we can continue into the long term. So I thank Dr. Cheng and Dr. Lin for their time. You fielded some very challenging questions today. Thank you for rolling with the punches and adopting this virtual technology that we've been forced into. And hopefully next time we have this event again in a year's time, I'll be seeing you in person. But thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate your time, your expertise, and the value that you've added to this event over the years, but especially this year. Thank you so much, Alice. Thank you so much, Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Dr. Pandey. That's great. Thank you for organizing this and being the leadership for your community, and also for all the patients that you look after. So on behalf of them and Alice and myself, thank you very much to you and to Mrs. Pandey for all the work that you do for the community. We really appreciate it.
Thank you so much, guys. I'll conclude by one last thing. First of all, thanking the various organizers, but thanking the people that have attended. And I would really ask people that have been watching online or on TV, please send us your feedback at healthyheartday@rogers.com. Send us an email, what worked, what didn't work, what messages came through properly, how can we do this better? We really value the feedback so we can continue to fine tune this event and make it better and reach a broader population. And I really look forward to hosting this event again in a year's time and having our two expert panels. We will count on you again in future years. Guys, I really appreciate your expertise, your kindness, and your willingness to really step forward and help our community stay healthy. So I look forward to seeing you hopefully in person and not too distant future. And stay safe, stay healthy. Thank you so much. Wow, what an incredible day. I've learned so much today. We believe that it takes a village to build a healthy heart. And so, of course, we wouldn't be able to put any of this together without the dedicated members of the Healthy Heart Day Committee that starts with my wife, Michelle, for whom this is a passion of love. But it includes the members of our Prevent Board of Directors and its chair. Dr. Mike Lowry is a former Chief of Staff at Cambridge Memorial Hospital and Compliance Supervisor for the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Ontario. Needless to say, he runs a tight ship, and we are so grateful to him for it. By his side and serving as our patient care representative, we're indebted to Kesh Dissanayake, whose passion for outreach and advocacy has been inspiring. To all the staff and volunteers who graciously give of their time, thank you. A huge thank you also to our corporate and media sponsors, Rogers TV, Waterloo Region Record, 96.7 Chime FM, 106.7 Country, and 570 News, helping us get the word out about Healthy Heart Day and how we can all stay healthy. And clearly an event like this is very expensive to put together. And we're grateful to our corporate sponsors, including Bayer, AstraZeneca, Amgen Canada, Pfizer, and Boehringer Ingelheim for their contributions to make this event successful. Our community sponsors, the City of Cambridge, Mayor McGarry addressed us earlier today, have been supporters of this event from the beginning, and we appreciate their efforts. The Langs Community Health Center, again, has partnered with us for many years, helping us educate and reach people across our city and around our region. Element Print and Copy helps us put the mechanisms of this event together. And RBC Wealth Management under Amanda Knapp has again contributed to allay some of the costs of this event. All of the proceeds that we receive from this event this year are going to Heart and Stroke Canada, and we thank Heart and Stroke Canada for partnering with us on this. As we talked about earlier, this has been a year where many NGOs have seen a significant reduction in donations, and Heart and Stroke Canada is actually down by over $25 million, which is going to make it a huge challenge for them to reach out and do the things that are necessary to prevent heart disease, heart attacks, and strokes. So I encourage you, if you can, please contribute to agencies like Heart and Stroke Canada that are struggling to make sure they meet the needs of our populace. Certainly, the staff of Cambridge Cardiac Care Centre, I can't be more grateful. I work with an exceptional group of people that are dedicated to maintaining the heart health of our community, and I thank them today. I thank them every day for their dedication and efforts. And finally, for my wife, Michelle, for whom this is an event of love, a labor of love. We put this event in honor of her mother, Grandma Linda, that we lost so many years ago to the ravages of diabetes and heart disease. And it has been Michelle's goal that the struggle, the pains that our family went through as we saw Grandma Linda struggle with her illness, perhaps we can reduce that for someone in our community. That's really what motivates me and my wife Michelle to put this on each year in memory of Grandma Linda and her efforts as a nurse to do the best by her populace. And certainly, I really thank you, the participants of this event. Thank you for staying with us throughout this event. Thank you for seeking reliable, science-based strategies to stay heart healthy. We really need your feedback. Please send us an email at healthyheartday@rogers.com. Tell us what worked today, what didn't work, how we can make this better, both online and hopefully in person in the next few years. We look forward to communicating with you and staying connected, so please send us that email. I hope you've enjoyed this event. I hope you've set smart goals that you will implement going forward, and I look forward to seeing you again in the future, hopefully in person. Until then, be well, be safe.